here is big, and it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California. The first and only webcast of real action cash game poker. My name is Bart Hanson, and even though Live at the Bike specializes in cash game poker, sometimes we do put the final tables of some of our tournaments on. And tonight's event is the final table of our...
I need a beer.
The BicycleCasino.com free roll playoff. It was a free roll. You needed 10 points plus $10 to qualify. First place is paying $1,000 plus a computer. Second is a computered monitor plus $575. Third is a sound system plus $300. Fourth is $175. Fifth is $140. Sixth is $110. Seventh is $90. 8 is $60. And ninth is $50. I'm going to go around and introduce the table in a second here.
Okay, we're gonna have two players.
Let's play this hand out, though, real quick. We got Moxie here in seat number 5 against Wayne in seat 7. Wayne's in the small blind. Moxie looks like he's flopped top pair here. The ace kicker. He's on the button, and he's going to move all in. And can't imagine that Wayne can call here. And he's going to muck. And Moxie is going to take it down. Hello, Denny Williams. How are you doing tonight?
Hi, good.
Denny, I want to go around and introduce the table really, really quickly because we have the handle names of the players up, so it's going to be a little bit confusing as opposed to the seat numbers.
Okay.
Tammy in seat 1, whose real name is Tammy. ERV in seat 2, whose real name is Irv. 0A1 player in seat 3, and that's Ron in real life. Michael in seat 4, handle Ace is no good. David in seat 5, handle Moxie. Seat 6 is Dan, handle Danny XX7. Wayne in seat 8, handle Wayne. Angie, our server here at the Bicycle Casino, handle Kuma88 in seat 8. And Steven, handle Evil Joker in seat 9. Denny, we're at the level right now where there's $800 and $1,600 blinds with $300 antes. Looks like seat number 1 there. Tammy is the big chip leader with over 13,000 chips. So we're talking about, $2,400 in blinds in dead money each hand, plus the antes, $5,100 in dead money.
We started this tournament out, everybody got 1,000 in chips. We were playing 15-minute rounds. Since then, we've increased the rounds to 20 minutes.
Okay.
Give them a little bit more time.
So it looks like seat number 9 there.
Steven,
Evil Joker.
I like to refer him as pain in the ass.
He looks like
Steven's been drinking a little bit today.
Denny, he looks like he's just doubling the big blind here. He's made it 3,200 to go. He's got a king-queen offsuit. Now, Moxie there in position has got ace-10 of hearts. Of course, this is much, much different. Excuse me, Evil Poker's got ace-king. He's got ace-king, and he's doubled it.
3,200.
Evil Poker in seat 9.
I hate my hand too.
Evil Joker, excuse me. And look at this, seat number 1 here, Tammy. She looks like she's going to call with King Queen. Tammy in seat 1. Looks like she's called.
32, sir.
And Moxie there in seat number 5. He's got an ace-10 of hearts. Again, this is a tournament, so this is, much, much different than cash play. It's actually very, very rare that you would see with the blinds this high 2 people in a pot without there's a raise and just a call there. Tammy's got enough chips to do it, but... And look at that. Moxie's going to fold the ace-10 of hearts. It's up to the button here. Danny XX7. He's going to muck. Wayne mucks. And you know what? We're going to see a flop here.
What's Kuma doing?
So she's out of the hand, small blind here. That's Angie in seat 8.
Oh, I thought she had cards there on the
Well,
table.
she still does. I don't think she's mucked him yet. It's up to seat 7 there, who's Wayne. He's...
Oh, she's a big blind.
Yeah. Oh, she is the big blind. You're right.
Big blind.
Yeah. So Angie, you know, she might even get pot odds to call here, Denny. She's got about 5,600 left there, but she mucks.
folds.
So it's heads up. Tammy against Evil Joker. 6-10-8 on the flop. Evil Joker's first act. He checks. He doesn't have many chips. He looks like he's only got about 500 chips. And look at this. Tammy moves all in. Well, if there's ever a time where pot odds would probably dictate a call, this would probably be it, Denny. He looks to have about 500 chips left. The pot is somewhere around 9,000.
And he's facing the big blind next hand, so yeah.
He had more than 500 chips.
He does call.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That's 2,500. But he's ahead, though. He's ahead.
Tammy needs a queen.
It's ace-king against king-queen.
So you're the fucking
Turn is an ace. River is a 7, and Evil Joker's going to take down a massive pot here.
Because I won.
He's screaming for a beer, but we ain't giving him one. He's had too many. Hey, listen, Yana's coming to the booth. I'm going to turn the mic over to her.
Well, thanks, Denny.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, Yana. How are we doing today?
Oh, good.
So again, we are playing in the final table of this tournament here. 800, 1,600 blinds, $300 antes. Blinds are pretty big. It's going to be rare that we're going to see a lot of post-flop play, Yana. And those are get
What
a
tournament
good
was the
look at
blinds?
these tournament chips. This is the free roll.
Oh,
You need 10 bike points and $10. And the black chips are $100 chips, and those orangey pink chips are $500 chips. I don't know if they've got $1,000 chips out on the table yet.
this is cool. I love tournament play.
Well, Evil Joker there in seat 9, who just took down that pot. He's in the big blind. Moxie's picked up ace-10 again in seat 5, but look at this Wayne in seat number 7. He's got kings, and Angie Kuma 88 in seat 8. She's got ace-king, a couple of huge hands for a
got it
tournament.
She's short.
Wow,
We're
look
gonna
at that.
see Nolan.
Moxie mucks the ace-10. Now it's up to Wayne on the button. He's got kings, and fortunately for Angie, who's pretty short-chipped, you got to figure all her money's going to
Yeah.
go in here.
Especially since it looks perfectly like a steal.
And
That's just unfortunate when it mucks the button who picks up kings.
Kuma there. And look at Evil Joker. He's got a king-9. He folds. Angie and Kuma, she's covered by seat 7, so if she loses this, she's going to go broke.
3 outs.
It's got about a 70% chance for kings in the lead here to see, but look at this. He's got the king of clubs, and look at that. He's going to make a flush.
Wow, her poor ace doesn't help her.
Nope. And Angie's out of there, and Angie's the first one gone, and she'll take up $50 for her efforts.
Good job,
Of
man.
course, the ever-lovable Angie. She's one of the servers here at the Bicycle Casino. And that's just bad timing.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that she spikes the wrong ace as well.
Yeah.
Don't be all butthurt. Take it whatever you want. That's good.
Nobody can put down the hand there.
Again, we're talking about, well, now that we're 8-handed, $4,800 in dead money, including the antes.
Wow.
So, you know, anyone that's got under 10,000 is pretty much in all-in
Right.
mode here.
So who's the chip leader? It looks like seat 6 here would be.
Well, seat 1 was. Now it is seat 6. He's got somewhere over 16,000.
What does first place take here?
First place is $1,000.
Oh, wow.
And a computer.
For a
Second is a
free roll.
computer monitor and $575, and third is a sound system and
Wow.
$300.
I should have played. Are we allowed to play in these, Bart?
Well, of course, you could have gone to thebike.com and played on our site, powered by Pokertropolis.
Oh, I set you up.
Could have earned 10 bike points plus $10 and could have come down here. There were 85 entrants tonight. And look at this, seat number 3 there, Ron, 0A1 player. He's pretty short chipped, and he's got an ace, and he's going to go with it. He's got ace-9 suited out of seat 3.
He's got it. He can't wait for another hand.
Yeah. Big blind's coming. Big blind's 1,600 chips.
It's barely a raise. It's almost just a call.
Wayne there in seat 7. He's got an ace-deuce of spades. And it's barely, it's barely enough for a raise there, Yana. He only made it 2,900.
Right.
So it's 2,900 to call. When you're talking about antes and blind sizes, sometimes you have a lot of pot odds when you can just call.
Yeah.
So if he figures his ace, if he's not dominated, you might be getting odds to call here. 2,900 to go. Wayne's got about...
29 only.
Well, after he's got about 12,000 there total.
Who's all in? 63.
12,000 total.
And I'm big, right? You're small. I'm small.
He's definitely contemplating here. I think he probably calls here.
Well, he mucked.
Oh, no, I thought it was like on a small blind who had ace deuce.
Nope.
I'm sorry, I don't know
Nope.
their names.
Look at this, he mucks. And Tammy's got a 5-6, and it's interesting you work out the odds here, Yana. Well, she's going to muck.
Wow.
I was going to say, if you put him on a couple of high cards there, there's $2,400 plus $2,400 dead, $4,800.
Right.
He's only making it another $1,200, so that's $6,000. Jesus, she was getting 5 to 1 on there.
Or 5-6.
Yeah, that was, I don't know
know
if she quite understands that, but she needed to call with any 2 cards
Yeah.
there.
To
She was-
bust one player,
She was
absolutely.
getting 5 to 1 odds on her money there.
And
Sometimes
she's not that short that she couldn't afford to.
Yeah, she did just lose a hand to Evil Joker, so she only had about 5,000 left. But still,
Yeah.
the chances there with a suited connector, you're really only a big dog against an overpair.
Right.
I think she should have called there, Yana.
I agree.
Yeah.
They can show it if they want to. It's a good.
We don't agree much, but when we do, Bart.
And sometimes people don't, realize that the final table is
No,
a
exactly. That the
different
strategy
strategy.
isn't just like,
Yep.
is my 6 high good right now? Obviously, your 6 high isn't the best hand, but with 5 cards that come for free
Yeah.
for a 6 to 1.
It's going to get folded around to the small blind here. She's got a Jack 10,
Let's see if you put your cards on there. You know you're going to keep them.
and it looks like she's going to call. She's on the
Oh, she's
short
got a
stack. I don't
raise.
like that either, Yana.
Me
On
neither.
the
If she
short
flops
stack.
a pair. Oh,
Oh, she's flopped a pair. You got to
there
think
you
that
go.
she's going to
Come on,
move.
all in. Here you go.
No, she's going to move. And Deuce
Yeah.
9 can't call here.
No.
But why give the guy the opportunity, though, right?
Exactly. Why let him flop
Yeah.
a pair on you?
Now, again, it's a question of, and he's going to muck there, it's a question of, she is short in chips, and she's going to have position. So in that case, I think it's a fold or a raise. Definitely not a call. Yana.
Agreed. She doesn't have position. He has position on her.
No, she's going to have position now
Oh,
in the
right,
small blind.
right.
So if she doesn't want to risk it now, she's got another 8 hands
Right,
where she
right.
can make a steal at these blinds and antes.
I agree.
It's just one of those situations where even sometimes when you see a guy with a Deuce 9 in the big blind, if she doesn't have that many chips and it's barely enough to raise, he's going to call with any 2 cards, and that's where she went wrong, last time.
No, I was
The
actually
odds
playing
are
a
just-
tournament last Saturday
Yeah.
where I flopped top pair, gut shot, and backdoor flush draw. And I was pretty sure the guy on the button who just limp pre-flop had aces or kings, but still all my bunnies going in because I was so short and there were blinds and antes.
How about if I put one here?
Well, seat 4 here, under the gun. He's picked up pocket 6s. And you know what? He's pretty short. He's only got we say that he's only about 1,500, but it looks to
That's
have a
more.
lot more than that.
Actually.
Moxie there, he's got an 8-9 offsuit. He's going to muck. So seat 4 here, ace is no good. And you can see we've got the seat numbers up there now, too, which is great.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, the seat numbers help me. Thank you guys. You guys are all on a first name basis by now.
Evil Joker there in seat 9. Looks like he's got a 5-9 offsuit, so you'd think that he's going to muck. And I don't know if he can necessarily be called by anyone here. But look at Tammy, though. Tammy's got pocket sevens.
Yeah.
Didn't quite see that.
I think that's
Wow, she's going to muck. Well,
Oh, wow.
it is only, it is 8-handed, Yana, so
I don't know.
it's not exactly a short table yet, but she's pretty short there. You'd think with any pair you're going to move.
I
Yana.
agree.
Again, it's just,
You have to win a coin flip. Even if you think it's a coin flip.
Oh, if
you
it's
know?
a coin flip, the odds are so far in you
Here
call.
she had him dominated.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got an overpair, you're in great shape. If it's a coin flip,
I know.
you got, the odds are weighing you way more than 1-to-1.
Oh, yeah.
So, Tammy's made a couple of mistakes here early on.
Yeah, take it easy on the girl. We're always tough on the girls.
I mean, come on, put a site at bike.com and you promote them a lot. What the hell? Why not?
Send your cards and letters to Evil Joker.
Indeed, right. Actually, there's eviljoker.com.
Yeah, that's right, sir.
There actually is.
Yeah.
Some dude in Germany. It's all in German. I was like, yikes.
Okay, time.
So again, we're still at 800, 1,600 blinds with $300 antes.
Do we have a clock with how many minutes to go till the blinds
Well,
go?
we started off with 10 minutes left in this level, so it's probably approaching. The next level is 1,000, 2,000 blinds
Wow.
with $300 antes. Well, Evil Joker here, this is one of these cases where, again, you can move with any two cards in position also in a tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So no one still brought it in. Tammy's got a King 7, and she mucks there, too. Wow.
Actually, I got 8th place right now. What's 8th place?
Oh, you know what, Yana? Denny said that he's extended the levels to 20-minute levels, so there's 12 minutes left of this level.
Okay.
And I think he started it off fresh, actually. This level we started fresh. So we're at 20-minute levels.
You know what? I'll give that $60 for a beer. Right?
Look at this, the small blind. He's going to move all in. And, I like the play, but look at Ace's player there in seat 4. He's got an ace. And you think he's probably going to call here, Yana.
Yeah.
Ace is pretty big when you're talking about these all-in tournament plays with all 5 cards to come.
Yeah, you're really playing two-card poker at this point because
Yep.
no one really has that many chips.
Actually, service is really all not
And
that
he's
good.
pretty short there. Again, Ace is no good. Seat 4, he seems like he's got a decent amount of chips. Heads up, I'm probably going to call with his hand, Yana.
Yeah, absolutely.
28 more.
Then again, you could be dominated.
Beer makes
Looks like it's another 2,800, so again, the odds are so much. And he is going to call. And he's about maybe a 60-40 favorite here, 62-38. Ace-6 against Queen-3 to the flop. Well, Ace Jack 9. And Ace is up, and that's going to do it.
Alright, actually, I want Coke. Soda.
And
Soda Coke. I don't want Pepsi, I want
you know what? Actually, I called that one wrong, Yana. I'm sorry. The guy who moved in had Ace-6.
And it's up.
And seat 4 had Queen-3 there. So.
Oh.
Ace
Well,
is
then,
no good with
I don't
seat
think that's a
4.
good call at all if the situation's
Well,
reversed.
Queen-3, I think it's one of those things where you got to look at the odds. I think it was only another 2,900 total, so
Fair enough.
you're looking at 4,800 in dead money in the pot and another 2,900, so you're getting about 2-to-1. You've got a queen in your hand. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't like that one.
It's a tough one. So it looks like the guy in seat 3 is doubled up there.
Yeah. That'll work.
Wow. That guy's fun.
Oh, you know what?
Well, that's seat number 9 there. Evil Joker.
Dang, you got a lot of chips.
He's got
in
a
that.
Queen 8 suited.
That's just a blind.
You're right. There's a lot of chips.
Wow, Moxie in the big blind. He's got a decent hand, Ace 9.
Who's got pocket 8s? Who's that? Let's see, who's that? 3?
I'm out.
That's seat 3.
That is seat 3, yeah.
There's an all
And he's
in.
going
There
to
you go.
move. Actually, look at this seat 2. Irv moves with the Ace 6. Now it's up to seat 3 with pocket 8s.
You come on, buddy.
Thirsty, man. No, seriously.
Well, the question is, do you re-raise? Do you call? Probably would want to re-raise to shut everybody out if
Yeah, all
someone's
in.
going in with a single ace.
I think right there can give me a Coke. If I give him
Come
money,
on, all
give
in.
me a Coke.
Let's see
No,
what he
don't
does
just
here.
call. Don't just call.
Do that?
See, you can't just call
Yeah,
here
I want
because
a Coke,
look,
not a
he's got no
Pepsi.
chips left. He's
Just a
pot committed
Coke.
as it is.
You can
You
go to
know.
the gift shop and get it.
Well,
Why let-
I would think you'd want to shut out anyone else too here,
Exactly.
Yana.
Push all in and make the guys behind you think. You know. The last thing you want is the guy behind you calling with 9-10 of diamonds. You know, 2 overcards too.
30 pack.
I think he has he has re-raised on it.
Okay,
He's made
good.
8,000 to go.
Good job, buddy.
So it was a $4,000 8, and he re-raised to 8,000 to go. And now it's up to Moxie, who's in there with 1,600 in the big blind. He's got an ace-9. He's facing a bet, an all-in bet, and a re-raise.
No, actually, you can.
Hell, you might as well go all in, man. We're done. And live.
And he's going to muck. I think it's a good muck.
It's over before 10 o'clock.
And we know that one of the aces is done here, Yana. So he's actually, drawing to 2 outs. Talking about at least an 80% chance of pocket eights. 6, 10, 9. Turn is a 5.
Perfect example
River
here where
is a
9-10
7.
of diamonds had called. If he didn't re-raise a 9-10 of diamonds, who definitely should have called out of the big blind, would have taken his pot down.
Well, pocket eights.
Well, he rivers a straight.
Fun.
Pocket eights is going to take it down there. He actually ends up making a straight.
Yeah, well, forget the fact that he got shot at the straight. I'm just saying on that flop, for example, you didn't want to give 9-10 of diamonds that shot.
Oh, absolutely. I think the re-raise was definitely in order there, and he did.
Good play, good play.
So it looks like we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 handed now. And we're still at $800, $1,600 blinds with $300 antes.
He just laughed at you. That's not right, bro.
Yes, sir.
Well, Tammy there in seat 1.
I'm so tired of squeak.
She's going to muck. And now it looks like the big chip leader there.
Actually, we're down to
Don't know if this
Where's
guy's got
seventh
more than
place
seat
kid?
6. He's got a queen 8 suited. Excuse me. Yeah, he's got a queen 8 suited, and he's going to muck.
8th place got a beer.
And now it's up to aces no good on the button. He's going to push.
No good, I like that name.
He's got king queen. These are kind of the handle names that people use on thebike.com.
Oh, ace is no good. I really like that one.
You dirty
I
dog.
think I've played against that guy on another site.
Shout out.
Mine is Sea on the River on
Shout
party,
outs to all my online players.
so but I never play anymore.
They screwed up with
And he's going to take all the money. He's going to take the blinds, and he's going to take the
Best
antes.
hand, good hand. Sea on the River. I hate it when people say ace is no good to me.
No, I want Coke, not Pepsi. Gift shop has Coke.
It's for $200.
They have Coke at the gift shop. Oh, Kenny Flowers has Coke too. I have to go to the
Never-ending
restroom,
Coke or
though.
Pepsi argument. It's a classic.
Joke.
No one seems to have much of anything in the way of cards.
Ace is no good. Moxie's got a deuce 7 offsuit.
Yeah.
Moxie on the button, Mox, which is pretty rare.
Yeah.
A lot of times people will go all in, It depends on how much the guy in the chips
Wow,
the big
look at
blind.
these deuce 4 and deuce 9.
And it's going to get mucked around.
4 high takes it.
And he's going to take all the antes, and he takes the small blind.
I don't want Pepsi. I want Coke. I want Coke. I can of Coke. I don't want
Now
Pepsi.
you're 2,000.
I know it's 2,000. I know it's 2,000.
Okay.
I want Coke. I don't want Pepsi. A can of Coke at the gift shop. They sell Coke at the gift shop. At the gift shop, they have Coke.
Too strong for you.
Pepsi sucks.
Look at this. I can see pocket queens there. Seat 3, Ron.
Jesus Christ.
A1
man,
player.
You know, duels.
He's got pocket queens. And he's got a lot of chips,
Cool
so you wonder if
as
he's
rice.
going to finesse this a little bit. $1,600 blind, big blind here. See what he makes it.
Call 2,000.
No, he's going to only raise to 2,000, so.
Wow.
Look
He only raised it $400?
Raise to 4,000.
Is that possible?
Blind is 1,600. Big blind is 1,600. He made it 4,000 total.
Oh, he re-raised. Okay.
Well, he
I
made it
thought-
4,000
I
total.
was like, I don't think he can make it
What other
2,000.
ones you got?
The funny color ones, huh?
He's just trying to get rid of the blue ones.
Look at this. Ace is no good to his immediate left. He's got pocket sevens, and he's going to move all in, and he's in big trouble.
huge trouble.
Now we can see that all the queens are dead here.
He doesn't need a queen.
Well, I know. I'm just saying that and none of the 7s are dead, so that's a little bit of hope. Well, actually, I can see in seat 1 that Tammy folded a 7, so pocket 7s is going to be drawing a 1 out.
Well, and then the miracle straights.
That's right.
Don't forget those.
Right.
I've lost to those.
Well, seat number 7 there, Wayne. He's got a king 3 offsuit. You can't believe that he's going to call.
He can't overcall.
And Evil Joker, he's going to muck.
Here we go.
Hey, what's 6th place get?
Pocket queens against pocket 7s.
Aight. Hey, I'll take a case of beer. Oh, there you go. There's the Coke. That's all I wanted.
So unless a miracle happens here, it looks like
C4 is out.
seat 3, A1 player is going to win some more chips here.
We can always hold out for a miracle. Makes better television, right?
There you go. Okay. Okay. Turn it over.
Oh, he's sick.
Big old stack,
He's
bro.
sick.
4, 6,
What did I
8.
tell you,
Got a
miracle?
gut shot straight
Oh
draw.
my God!
Unbelievable. 5 comes. And pocket 7s is going to win.
I told you the miracle straight. Oh God, it is freaky how I call this.
And he takes down a monster pot. Looks like
Wow, miracle straight.
one player there.
And
He's
his
down
heart
to maybe.
was dead too. Note that his heart no good.
He's down to.
I have to put
One player's
1,000
down.
and $300.
Wow.
He's down to maybe 3,000 now, and
Oh God, the guy with queens hates me.
I have to put 1,000 and $700.
that's unbelievable.
Miracle straight.
300. Yeah.
I feel these things.
Oh, dang.
Call me
That's
crazy.
pretty much.
Well, we're moving up in levels,
Did I get this back?
and the blinds are now 1,000, 2,000,
You back into the
$300 antes.
You want to get an over/under for how long we last? I say we don't make it to 7.
Exactly. Wow.
Well, with the blinds escalating this high, it's going to be probably going to go pretty quick. There aren't that many chips out in play.
Where are you going to put that back at?
Pocket 3's here for seat 6. We haven't heard from him, and he was the chip leader in the
You know
beginning
what?
of the table.
Service at the bike is so cool. The best in the whole world.
Seat 6 there, Danny XX7.
Except for
Got
Rod.
pocket
Big
3's.
line. That's a big line.
Moxie in seat 5, he's looked down on a Jack 7 offsuit.
The dude that works during the day.
You got to think that Danny's definitely going to make a move here, and he is with a pair.
Who's that one?
Looks like he's making it
Yeah, he's a
maybe
dick.
6,000 to go.
1,000 total.
Well, 4,000. Wow, he's only doubling the big blind. That's a little bit
Wow.
surprising, Jan. I don't
That's
necessarily want to see a flop with this hand.
No.
I want to use my chips
Tammy
and
here
steal
with
it.
Queen 7 of clubs should call.
She got
Again, it's one of those things where he's almost getting odds, especially if he thinks the guy might have a lower pair.
2 more G for me.
Well, actually, you know, Tammy is in the big blind,
Yeah,
so it's up to
Tammy's
Evil
gotta
Joker.
call.
Yeah.
I don't think Evil Joker should call here, but
No,
Tammy
not with Tammy
should.
behind her.
Come on, buddy.
I'll call.
Wow.
I call.
Wow. Well, now you got to think that Tammy's definitely going to call. And
Yeah.
pocket 3's has just put him in himself with a world of hurt.
Yeah.
Double this.
Tammy's so
I definitely
short.
think you almost want to push. I mean, there aren't
Yeah,
that
I
many
was going to
chips.
say, Tammy's so short, she should push here.
Well,
Dang, I
pocket
wouldn't
3's
have
needs to
called.
push because there aren't that many chips in the
Oh,
table.
yeah. Well, that was
Yeah.
the first mistake, but now,
I don't think you really have any room to finesse here at all
I take
with the
it
blind
back.
so big.
no, at this point it's a
supposed to
gamble.
be that much.
So there's 8,000,
Oops button.
10,000 in the pot with her money, plus the antes. 20.
Oh, my God.
There's 24,000 in the pot, and she only had another 2,000 to
I
call. She was
can't
getting
believe
6 to
it.
1 on her 6 to 1.
I can't believe it.
Interesting.
Wow.
She still has 2 overcards.
She was getting 6 to 1 on her money there, Yana, to call that.
That's unbelievable.
If you ever want to move in, that's going to be the time, right?
I know.
I will check that.
Check.
I just
Oh,
saw where the
3's
button was.
check.
Sorry.
No, he
Oh.
doesn't check. He's going to bet.
Finish this hand. We're going to race off the black. 5,000.
Race off the black, that's all I have. I'm out.
An Evil Joker mucks the 5-6. And Danny XX7 takes it down.
I just didn't want my blind stole. I wanted to see
Again,
the flop.
sometimes, some of the newer players,
Ace
you
jack.
gotta really do the math out in your head, especially when you get down to a point where you're playing no limit hold'em with the antes.
At some point, it's not even the math. At some point, it's instinct of, look, I have a little bit of chips. That pot is huge.
Yeah.
I really need that to pay my blinds next
Yeah.
hand.
Yeah.
PP break.
Like I said, like in the tournament I played on Saturday, the blinds were 100, 200, and I only had about 1,000 left. He limps the guy on the button who just limps, which I know is bad news and no limit. So I know he's got a big pair, but I'm still getting 5 to 1. I have to complete with my 6-8 off, and I flopped the perfect flop to go broke on. Top pair, got shot, backdoor spade.
Beer time.
Well, of course, those of you that aren't familiar with tournaments, we're going to race off the blacks here. So the person with the most chips is going to buy up and color up the other people, and that looks like to be like seat 6 there. Then the extra chips are going to be raced off, which basically means everyone gets a card for each extra chip that they have over, in this case, $500, or odd chip that's not in the denomination of 500. And can we see the... Let's see here. So it looks like seat number 5 there, Moxie, he's going to get at least one chip because he's got the ace. Tammy's got an ace over there in seat 1.
I think 3 should get it.
So there's a chip.
Pair of 6s
Chip to
should
Tammy. And the 10 of spades is the next one. And those extra chips come from the color up, Yana.
Right.
From
the community pool.
The black chips are colored up.
I may as well just go all in right now. I'm done. I mean,
Well, $100. How much did he say the ante was now? I know it's 1,500 and 3,000 blinds.
so you gotta make his hand and then yeah.
$500 ante,
Wow.
1,500 and 3,000 blinds. So now we're looking at
Damn.
8,000 in dead money
Yeah.
in the middle. 8,000.
I still can't get over the
Not
pocket
all
sevens
yet,
here.
but I will soon.
And wow. Seat number 4, he's got ace king, he's under the gun. And there's no room to finesse here now,
No,
Yana.
push. There you go.
Yeah, no room to
Because
finesse.
if anybody picks up anything,
Yeah.
Dude, you
I can
cover
see that there's an
everything.
ace in seat 6. There's an ace right now. Moxie's got a suited ace. He's got ace 4. And with the blind so big, he's going to have to face a $3,500,
yeah, what does he have? He can't have
$3,000
that.
blind in 2 hands.
He's coming. Here we go.
He's got a call, right?
Yeah.
He mucks, though. It doesn't look like he has that many chips left, though, Yana.
I
The
know.
blind's 3,000 to him.
And it's not like he has enough chips like he could steal the next hand or so.
Now it's up to
Got
Evil
pictures,
Joker.
huh?
Well, excuse me, it's up to Danny.
Got pictures.
Or Wayne, rather. Wayne's got a king 8.
Look
And
at-
Danny mucked an ace 2. Danny had ace 3 and he mucked.
Yeah, was he evil?
See, king suited is not nearly as powerful as an ace.
As
like
a single ace,
high,
right,
yeah, ace
right.
high wins heads up a lot of the time.
And he mucks. Evil Joker's
2
going
out
to
of
muck.
3, actually.
Well, Tammy, she's picked up a suited queen. And she's so short.
Yeah.
I don't really... I mean, she's got a few more hands, though. That's...
You too.
But she's in the small blind, so it looks like, kind of pot odds thing.
Yeah. Well,
We're
that's
pretty
fine.
much all in. Next ones.
And the big blind didn't have any more chips, so he's all in anyways. So look at this.
10.
Queen
Wow,
9 clubs.
7-10.
7,
10's
10
full
clubs.
of 7s.
10's full of deuces.
10's full of deuces, excuse me.
He takes
Or
it.
deuces full of 10s.
Yeah.
Good game, Kev. Good game.
And he's going to take it down there, and Tammy's
Poor
out.
guy with his queens getting crushed. That's a
Tammy's
bad
out.
consolation prize.
Looks like there's 6th place. So Tammy's out in 7th place. She's going to get $90.
Dude, I'm
Oh,
done.
good.
I'm cooked. Yeah. You're in the same boat I am, right?
I'll go.
You know what? I'm just gonna wait for you. I'm gonna wait for your blind to go through, and I'm good.
Again, we're really in all-in mode here.
Yep.
Dropping like flies.
Wow. Danny in seat 6. He's picked up ace-jack, monster 6-hand.
Come on, all in. Here we go. He doesn't go all in.
No, just 600.
This is where you go all in because the big blind
He's
is
just-
the guy with all the chips.
He's just doubling the big blind, and the big blind again can call for odds, Yana, with
and the
almost
big
any
blind
2
has all the
cards.
chips. If you're going to double through someone, you want to double through him. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like,
He can call with any 2 cards.
Exactly.
He's got the odds to call with any 2 cards here. Seat number 4.
I have a feeling he's not
seat
going to
4.
call. He's not going to call Queen Deuce off.
Well, he definitely has the odds
I
to, though.
know. Come on.
No, he's not all in. He just doubled the big blind.
He's not all in. That's what scares me. Look, the guy's going to buy that whole pot for
Hey, Dana, I was wondering if
5
I can get
chips.
a beer.
You gotta, if you're the big chip leader, Yana, you gotta call here, right? You
Unbelievable.
gotta.
Get a beer.
I mean, it's a crappy hand. I feel you, buddy, but
He is gonna
There you
call.
go.
It's the right call. It's the right call. Absolutely. Again, I'm amazed to see that the raises are coming in amounts that aren't all in right now.
oh, there
Look
you
at this.
go.
Now he's got to push. He's
Yeah,
Ace
he's gotta
Jack is.
push.
Well, actually, you know what?
Or check and call the all in.
And that's exactly what he's going to do, I think. He's going to check and call the all-in. And actually, he's moved all-in. Wow, yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a better strategy. Might have been to check and call the all-in, try to induce a bluff there, the ace high.
Actually, I think they're both okay as a strategy. If he moves all in and the other guy has, ace king, he almost has to call.
You guys are messing up my game. You ain't let me drink beer.
Once again, seat 6.
I know.
Raise to 6,000.
I want beer. I want beer.
Once again, seat 6 raises, but
He's
only
got
to
an
6,000.
ace-9, but Evil Joker's got ace-queen suited. In seat 9, unbelievable. You got to think he's going
Come
all
on,
in.
Evil. He only has like 5 chips. What does he have?
I don't understand. How can you make a raise? Right? The blind sizes are too big.
I know.
You gotta go all in with these hands.
3,500.
Don't ask me.
And
And Moxie here with King
well,
8.
again, Moxie's getting odds to
Yeah.
call again, especially with a guy in between.
Roll the dice. He did.
Well, he's all in anyways.
He's all
It
in
looks
anyway,
like.
okay.
So it's 3 ways here. King 8, ace 9, ace queen to the flop. 9-7 deuce, ace 9. Look
9.
at that, unbelievable 3. And Danny's gonna take it
Okay.
down
And I got
in seat 6. Unbelievable. Kind of a bad beat for Evil Joker in seat 9.
Very bad beat, kinda. He had them dominated.
I can go drink beer.
Well,
So Steven, Evil Joker, a.k.a. Handle Evil Joker, he's going to go out in 6th place, and he's going to take home $110.
which he will promptly spend on beer.
no, not yet.
Yes.
Just an ante. Yeah.
Hey, whatever makes you happy. It's a Saturday night. Let's see, I don't even think we'll make it to 7. We're 4-handed now.
Yeah, you have 3,000. I think you have 35. You have 3,500. Oh,
35.
yeah. You had one more. You had one more chip than he did.
Yeah.
Present for you from Harley.
This is me.
You first to act.
They
So-
have flags?
Oh, actually, you know what? Look at that. 2 people went out that hand. I didn't realize that. And they were talking about who had more chips in the beginning of the hand. And it was seat 5. So he's going to get the 5th place prize, 140. He had one more chip than
Right.
Evil Joker.
One more chip.
Well, that's how they do it when they talk about prizes. Whoever starts the
Yeah.
hand with more money. So
Makes sense.
he's out in 5th. Evil Joker's out in 6th.
Here, Danny with ace 10 of hearts. I think ace is snog with queen 9 here, and ace 10 of hearts are going to go at it. Ace is snog. Ace is no good. I get it.
And Danny, wow.
He's got to.
Well, this is
Look at all the money.
This is aces no
There
good.
you
He's got
go.
queen 9.
Yeah.
He's going to go in,
And
of
Danny
course.
obviously calls.
He's got to call. He's got to call with ace 10.
I don't think he looked yet. He's going to be happy to call. No, somebody hold me. No, that did not just happen. Maybe we misread the cards. Do we have technical difficulties?
No.
Ace 10
I'm
of
getting
hearts 4-handed in the big blind.
Confirmation that he mucked ace 10 of hearts 4-handed in the big blind. Wow.
What's he waiting for? Kings?
I don't know, Yana. That was the muck of the century.
I
that
thought he was
I've
going to
never
have a
seen.
big grin and
I've never seen anything like that.
instantly call when he looked.
Well, seat 4 now on the button. He's got pocket queens. This is the guy that just stole with queen 9. And again, there's no room to finesse here.
All in. Now it's going to look
And
like a
seat
steal.
6 has got pocket 4s. And let's see. And he's going to muck the pocket 4s. He's going to muck another pair.
Well, this time it's a good laydown, but he can't know that.
Well, Wayne almost with the pot odds with king high here. Remember all those antes in the
Yeah,
money.
look. the chip leader could just raise all in every freaking hand here.
You muck a pocket pair 4-way. You muck ace 10 suited 4-way.
That ace 10 suited was unreal. A 4 is all right. There's a guy behind you. There are 2 overcards. I hate small pairs, really, but
Let's see what he does here.
I think he's going to
Again,
call.
this would come into some types of situations where money might, it goes up to 175 and then 300 for third. So.
Oh, you think he's just playing to
He's
have
gonna,
the guy behind him?
Yeah, he's
just
gonna
bust
have. He's gonna
for
have
the extra $50.
position. Well, and then
What's the extra money between?
Well, fourth place is 175.
Okay.
And then third place is a sound system plus 300. So.
Oh, all right. So maybe that's his strategy.
Yeah.
Maybe he's waiting for the guy on his left to blind off.
I don't quite understand that muck though with ace 10 of hearts or pocket fours for that man.
Like, dude, but honestly, I still don't. Even if that is his strategy, I still disagree because if you can double through the chip leader with ace 10 of hearts, which is just such a premium hand four-handed, then I mean you have a much better chance at the top prize, where you're really giving yourself a chance for the $1,000 instead of the extra 100. Getting preoccupied?
And we got a queen 9.
Bart's preoccupied.
Jack 9.
A terrible hand. That pocket 4 is last hand. I might have called you.
And it looks like it's going to get folded around to the small
explain.
blind.
He said, I would have called you, but what? I think he was discussing why he mucked.
And gets mucked around there, and Big Blind's going to take it. And again, we are four-handed here. 1,500, 3,000 blinds. $500 antes.
Already.
And he's going to move 3 chips all in on the button. He's all in. And the big blind doesn't even need to do anything.
Yeah, I think they're good.
He's got it covered. And it's going to be queen 9 suited against jack 4, seat 7 against seat 4 with jack 4.
I can't believe that after ace 10
5,
suited
6,
and pocket
king.
4s.
Jack, look at that. Ace is no good. Wow. He's going to take it down in seat 4. And Wayne in seat 7. He's going to go out in 4th place with $175.
And let's not forget that the chip leader right now in seat 4 was the guy who hit the Miracle 7 gut shot on the river for the straight against that guy's queens. What a Cinderella story there. He's got pocket 9s in seat 3. Obviously, huge hand right now, 3-handed.
Oh, pocket 9s here.
Called by, what does he have?
Looks like 5-10 offsuit.
See, I mean,
Jack 8-4 king.
pocket 9's good.
Ace. Unless, actually,
9 of diamonds.
9 of diamonds.
He's
Got
good.
it.
He
Oh,
had
it's pocket
pocket
7s.
7s.
I'm sorry. 5-10 was the other one.
Yeah.
The other hand.
I'm still baffled by the ace 10 of hearts fold.
So we're still 3-handed here. Remember, third prize is a sound system plus 300. Second is a monitor plus 575. And first is a computer.
Plus $1,000.
Plus $1,000. Yeah.
Forget the computer. Oh, it's a nice laptop, too. Oh, forget it. I want the monitor. What's the monitor?
So we are 3-handed here. 1,500, 3,000. $500 antes. It gets mucked to the small blind, and Danny's really short. And he's going to move all in with Jack 8. And again, this is one of these odds calls. Can Jack 4 call here? This guy's got a mountain of chips in seat 4. He's got to be the favorite. And he's gonna muck, and Danny's gonna take it down. So we're still three-handed here. Danny, first to act on the button. He's got a Jack 5. He's gonna muck. Small blind there. He's got a 4-6. He mucks.
Wow.
Now he wants to taggle with the big chip leader. And he's going to take it down. It looks like Danny there has about, in seat 7, now he's in the big blind. He's got about maybe 7,000 left there. Well, those are $500 chips, right? Yeah, maybe 6,000 or 7,000 left. Seat 3 there. A1 player Ron, he's got about the same, and of course, Ace is no good. Michael is a huge chip leader in seat 4 in the small blind.
Miracle 7s. Wow. One hand makes you or breaks you at the final table.
Well,
there you go, King Queen.
One player, he's got King Queen, and he's going to move all in.
And Danny here with no cards. I mean, no chips.
Yep. Well,
I have a feeling he's going to muck. That's what he does if he doesn't like it.
He only has time for, looks like maybe 2 more big blinds. He only has that many chips left.
Another problem is if he doubled through with the ace-10 of spades, for example, he had like quadrupled the amount of chips then as well. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Now, to get back to where he would have been winning that one hand, he has to win like 8 hands to get to the same place. So it gets exponentially harder for him.
Well, the big chip leader's got King High here. And 3-handed King High. He's going to muck in position.
Is he just waiting for these guys?
Look at this. Danny calls.
Wow.
Very unorthodox. He calls out of the small blind.
Wow.
And one player in seat 3 is going to take the free cards.
Wow.
Oh, flop is ace,
Go
5,
check,
queen.
check. Then 10 high is going to win it.
And it goes check, check.
He's going to let 10 high win it.
Turn is a 6. That's going to give Danny a flush draw.
Oh, now he goes.
Danny moves all in on the flush draw.
But now the guy has a pair of 6s.
He's got a pair of 6s now.
Got a call.
Got a call, right? Short-handed, any pair.
Unbelievable.
And he is going to call.
See, people make the wrong decisions after the flop.
Danny's he's got a gut shot straight draw, so he's going to have to catch an 8 or a diamond here on the river.
Mm-hmm.
Danny and
or a 7 or a 9.
That's right, or 7. He's got overcards too.
Got,
7 or a 9, 8 or a diamond. Oh, it's a 6. And
nice call. He has a call. He should have bet the flop.
Down. And Danny, he's going to take 3rd place. He's going to take down the sound system and $300. And we are heads up.
Dude, my call of 7 might be right on the money. Another 15 minutes.
And it looks like that ace is no good in seat 4 has got the guy maybe at least 3-1 out ship, maybe even 4-1. Yeah. And wow, ace is no good's picked up King Jack, monster 2-handed.
All in.
Seat 3, he's got an 8 deuce. And now he's thinking of, is he going to make a move? He's got 8 deuce in the small line, and he's going to muck.
And here it's confusing because the button actually acts first in the first round because the button is the small blind.
The heads-up action is a little bit confusing. Yeah. The button acts first, and he has to complete the small blind. But then, after the flop, the button is in position.
That's the only time this ever happened.
Yep. You gotta think that ace is no good. He's 3-1.
Yeah. He showed him the King Jack.
And that's Michael. And wow, there's the sound system there for Danny. Sound system and $300. Queen deuce against Jack 5. Button's got a Jack 5 here.
Is he all in?
He hasn't done anything yet. Ace is
no good as first.
Jack 5. And he's gonna muck.
Wow, this is the most passive heads-up match I've ever seen. They're just trading blinds at this point. If they keep doing this, Bart, this could last a while if they just keep trading blinds back and forth.
King 9 now. It's King 9 against 10-4. And seat 3 there on the button. He's got
King 9?
Jack 9. He's got Jack 9.
And he just calls.
Wow.
Wow.
Just calls. Whoa, flush draw for ace is no good. Top pair.
No one's got a pair. No one's got a
8-8-7.
pair.
8-8-7. He's got a gut shot straight draw, though.
That's a perfect board for ace no good to push on. It's a paired board. Very few cards touch it. All in. There you go.
He's going to move. He's going to move all in. Powerful semi-bluff.
And Jack 9 here has a gut shot and 2 overcards. And backdoor spades. He doesn't know those aren't good. Oh, God. He's going to mock.
I think you can pick your spots better, though.
Yeah.
If I'm Jack 9 here.
I agree, but I think pre-flop you do it. I think you should have moved pre-flop.
Well, usually what they talk about, the median hand, any random hand, the median hand in Hold'em is about a Jack middle kicker, Jack 6, Jack 7. 50% are better than that, 50% are worse than that. So.
I just don't think that the correct thing there is to call pre-flop.
Wow, ace queen and ace king and queen 9. It looks like what we see here.
Okay, the money has to be going in now.
Ace king for seat 3.
Come on.
The button's first to act with queen 9.
All in.
No, he's just going to call. You got to think ace king wants to push him off of this now.
Don't just.
His option here, seat 3's option with ace king. Of course, he's out of position for the rest of the hand. Well, he's going to raise.
Wow.
He's just going to raise it to 6 more. And ace is no good, has live cards. Of course, he doesn't know that. Again, we're playing for the difference of about a $500 difference. First is $1,000, second is $575.
And the monitor versus the computer.
And it looks like he is going to call. He's in position. I really would have liked to have seen ace king push. Again, there's not enough chips out there to finesse.
What's he waiting for?
Yeah.
Heads up.
Deuce 7-4. He's got the
He's got
king of hearts.
king high flush draw.
And he checks.
Are you kidding
Well, I
me?
think he's probably going to try to trap here, Jennifer.
Yana,
I'm sorry. And
but now you give him a free card. Oh,
wow.
that's a great card. He's got the king high flush, and guy just picked up top pair.
See if he checks again here.
What you can't check here. Please, this is the only time you get money in.
Well, he doesn't know that the guy has a 9. He could check here. He's going to bet.
He's betting nothing.
He's betting a very, very small amount, which seems very fishy.
Yeah, that's worse than an all-in. At least an all-in would seem like a desperate steal. Now queen 9 is suspicious. And all-in, he might call because he says, hey, I can take it here, top pair.
Well, if he does put them all in, ace is no good, is drawing totally dead in this hand.
Totally.
Seat 3's played this very, very passively. Heads up, he's picked up a monster, ace king, and now he's got a made flush with the king of hearts.
This should have been done pre-flop. All-in call. Run it.
Well.
Oh,
and he makes a good laydown, actually. He makes a good laydown.
I know, but ace king, this is his fault. Ace king made the mistake of giving the guy an option. Pre-flop, Queen 9 would have called.
Rabbit
all
Cam
in.
showed a queen of hearts, and of course that is
Irrelevant.
inconsequential. I mean, it gives the guy queens up, but it still doesn't matter. Anyone else with a heart still has a higher flush.
I really can't believe with Ace King you don't push pre-flop.
And it looks like I'm getting word that we are going to have a $200 no-limit game after this is done. I'm actually going to run out and interview the winner when this is done. Oh. Actually, I'm getting word that we're going to bring the winner in here as opposed to me going out there and interviewing him. So that will be a treat.
Absolutely. I get a 5-minute break, eh?
Well, Queen Jack against 4-7.
What? Just call.
He's just going to call. He's going to give the big blind a free look.
4-7 catches a pair or 2 pair and busts him. I'm just... There we go.
Caught a pair.
There we go.
See what he does.
Now what are you going to do with the overcards?
Ace is no good. His first to act. He has 1 pair, which is huge. Heads up, and he's going to move all in. And Queen Jack muffs.
Oh.
Wow. But these guys really trying to play tricky here, aren't they?
Is tricky synonymous with... You know what? I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
No, Queen Jack isn't necessarily, you know...
Heads up! You're going to tell me Queen Jack is not better than par? When
Well,
the guy
oh,
has you 2.5 to 1, 3 to 1.
Oh, it's definitely better than par, but it looks like C3 wants to see some flops, and maybe he thinks he can outplay guy in C4. Queen 10 against Jack 7 now. C3's got the Queen 10 in the big blind.
He keeps having the best hand, and he gets no money with the best hand.
C4's got Jack 7.
He's just going to call.
And he checks it, so we're going to see a flop here. Queen 10 and 3, King 5 on the flop. And it goes check, check, Yana. Turns a queen, that's going to give.
C3, come on. Put money in.
And it goes check, check again. He's checked with second pair. And now it looks like he's C3's really trying to fit, you know, he's really trying to trap C4. And I don't think that C4 can call with Jack high. Obviously, he checked the queen as well.
You know what's funny on that 2+2 comment? When I said 8 times, I knew someone was going to call me on the fact that 8 times was like exponentially larger.
Well, what did
I was
comment
making a
how
point,
about-
Jive. How about a little bit of subtlety there instead of being so literal? I'm sorry, Bart. Go ahead.
How about we read the comment out so people know?
No, I just want Jive to know he's a brat. Nobody else needs to know.
Okay, we'll read the comment. It says instead of winning 1 hand, he's got to win like 8 hands, so he would have had 128 times as many chips if he had had called.
If we're going to
with
read the
ace 10.
comment, the first sentence was actually a quote of mine.
Uh-huh. Okay, of course, we do monitor the 2+2.
And by monitor, what
Thread.
I mean roll our eyes at. Okay, I'll speak for myself.
Ace 9, 8, 3 diamonds.
4,
Wow,
9
ace is
was
no
the
good.
best.
And he's going to move with the 3 of diamonds in his hand.
4-9 there.
4-9's got second pair.
Baffled.
He's got second pair.
You gotta like
This can be a very, very strong semi-bluff. We could see all the chips go in right now.
Oh,
and he's going to call. So all the chips are going in
high
here.
flush draw. Hey, the diamond's live there.
Turn is an 8. River is a queen, and look at that.
Doubles through.
Player 1 there. He's going to double through. He's got 8s and 9s with an ace kicker. And you know what? He might have taken the chip lead there now, and this is going to continue to go on here.
Who's this guy that just came out of nowhere?
He's one of our tournament staff
Oh,
members.
okay. That was great. Out of nowhere, like a helper came through to make sure the pot was all right. Wow, from chip leader to not.
Yeah, this is reminding me of Legends a la 2004. Doyle Brunson against, I believe it was Lee. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Someone could fill me in there.
I didn't watch. Can't help you.
And now seat 3 is looking at it. Looks like at least a 2 or 3 to 1 chip lead now.
Wow.
Ace is no good's gonna muck here.
This is still justice for the queens versus sevens, I think.
Yeah. Of course, it really did come all the way down to that hand.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? The blinds have gone up. 2,000, 4,000, I believe, now, with the $500 ante still. So we're looking at huge blinds. Oh, pocket aces here. Let's see if is he gonna. He's just gonna call. He's just gonna call.
There you can slow play.
Well, that's a huge trap hand. Pocket aces against 10-3.
There you can slow play.
Oh, he doesn't pick up the pair.
Oh,
Ace is no good. Doesn't pick up a pair.
He's not gonna get any action here.
See if he throws in a little bit of bet here.
No action.
He's gonna
here.
throw a little bet in here.
He's got absolutely air. I think he shows. He probably shows.
No, he's not gonna show. Yeah, I mean, I would really not show. I mean, maybe in, like I said, in cash games here, but when you're up and you're playing for money here in the tournament, no way. And
I'm surprised. Usually people just love to show their aces.
Ace is no good. Michael is in deep trouble here.
Aces were good.
He's got about, looks like maybe 5 to 1 behind now.
And the blinds are huge. He's only got a couple more blinds. I think my over-under of 7 o'clock is good. 5 more minutes of blind. Here we go. Oh, 2 minutes to spare.
10 jack against 4-6.
4-6 has the call here.
Yep. He's got live cards. So for the money here, of course, Jack 10 is a favorite. You've got a call there for the odds. Let's see a flop.
Come on, win at 4-6 just for me.
Wow, Jack 10 not straight.
Wow.
And he's going to take it down here.
Oh no! Good thing we didn't put money on my over/under. Nine.
So he's going to get a little more money back here. So Ron's played kind of tricky heads up, Yana. Again, he's kind of seemed to slow play a little bit pre-flop with some hands that you think that you'd want to bring in for raises.
That's great, but which one's Ron?
Ron is in seat 3. That's A1 player.
Oh, okay.
Suited connector against gap suited connector. I'm looking at 6-7 of clubs for seat 4, 5-7 of spades for seat 3.
Ace is no good. Might make a comeback here.
Let's see what Ron does here in seat 3. One player. He's in the small blind on the button.
He mucks.
Wow, he's going to muck.
He just doesn't want me to get out of here, does he? No.
So Ace is no good. Slowly climbing back.
At least this is interesting. I mean, it's a yo-yo a little bit. It's not. The scales haven't been tipped.
And seat 4 is going to move all in. He's got Jack Queen off suit. And at this point, I don't think you can call with 10-6 off suit, and he doesn't.
No.
Queen 9 against 10-4 suited here. Queen 9 for Ron in seat 3. 10-4 suited. Big blind. Ace is no good. See what Ron does here. He likes to smooth call a lot with playable hands. Well, he's going to raise.
Very little.
Again, we are playing for a $1,000 first prize and a computer system. Second prize is $575. Again, like you said, Yana, it is a small raise.
Yeah, 10-4 of hearts. You call and take a flop here to bust the guy. Are you kidding me?
And he is going to call. He is out of position. Let's see a flop. 5 deuce 9.
Queen
Wow,
9.
big
Great
flop.
flop.
He's going to check.
Bet a lot.
Well, you know, I think you can get a lot trickier there, Yana, with heads-up play. You're not necessarily concerned about flush draws and all that. I mean, you've got top pair, very strong. And he might even check to induce a bluff there on the turn. Of course, overcards can hurt you.
Yeah.
And ace is no good, Mux.
What if you checked it there and the guy picked up a straight draw on the turn or something like that? Or the 10, you know? I don't know. I think people just get fancy play syndrome sometimes.
So we are still heads up here. 2,000, 4,000 blinds, it looks like. Deuce 5, seat 4. He's first to act.
I think there you can muck. There you
He's
go.
gonna muck.
Deuce 5 is not playable there with that many chips.
And he's going to have to pick a spot here pretty quick because his chip stack is dwindling. Now he's going to have to put in 4,000, so 8 chips. And he really only has maybe another 8,000 left there, Yana. So we're really going to probably see a couple of showdowns here, 5-card showdowns pretty soon. Seven, 10 of clubs for seat 4. Queen 5 of hearts for seat 3. See how Ron plays this.
It's a raise. Once again, he's only going to raise twice the blind.
Ace is no good. He's got to take a stand someplace here. I'm not saying here is necessarily the case to do it, but you're right. Yeah, he's making these mini raises. He's giving the guy a chance to see the flop.
This point, ace is no good. It's so short. But yeah, there you go. There's no such
All
thing.
in. It looks like. It looks like he's going to call for another 11,000 there. Queen 5 is going to be in the lead. 60, a little over 60%. Let's see the flop. Ooh, I can see clubs. Look at this. Queen 7-9. Turn is a 6. Gut shot 2, and the Queen 5
It's good.
is going to take it down.
Oh, 5 minutes over.
And Ron, A1 player, takes down a $1,000 first prize.
Well done.
And a computer. Michael in seat 4, ace is no good, takes down $575 second prize and the computer monitor.
He was almost down to the felt after those queens versus sevens. Poor guy worked it up from 10 chips.
And
I'm proud of him.
Ron is going to come back here with me, say a couple of words, and we are going to shuttle on a $200 no-limit game.
Give her a 500.
Chips off the table first, Mark.
So Ron's going to be back here in a second.
You want to hear my bad beat from today? What do you want to talk about?
Well, I wanted to talk
My
a little bit
Omaha
about
bad
some
beat
of
or my Hold'em
the
bad
passive play that we saw there at the end of the table.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for Ron to come in.
Oh, wait, can you zoom in and see if my 6-12 with the kill Omaha game's still going? It's on the right a little bit. So you guys at 2+2, if you're looking for me, look for my Omaha game.
So we were actually contemplating there towards the end. I was speaking to Denny. A lot of people don't realize that even WPT final tables, final events, that the blinds are so big that they actually restructure the blind size at the final table and lower them. So that final table, you can see a lot more play. Now, Denny didn't do that in the beginning of the night.
What do you mean lower them?
You'll actually go and they will lower the blinds so that people at the final table have more time to play.
You mean increase them by a smaller percentage, or you actually mean lower them?
I actually mean lower them.
Really?
Yeah. So, because it comes to sometimes
That
when
doesn't seem fair.
when the blind size is so large that in proportion, it just you don't get to see any play at the final table.
We have a winner here, Bart. I'm going to leave you so you can interview the winner, and I'll
Okay.
see you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Players change seats. I want to make sure everybody's in the right seat.
So anyways, we're going to wait here for Ron. Take a seat right here, Ron. How you doing, Ron?
All
Congratulations.
right, I'm feeling great now.
Congratulations.
Thank you
on
very
your
much.
win.
Thank you very much.
So you won a $1,000 first prize and
Wow.
a computer system.
Exactly what I needed.
And actually, I was looking at the main hand. The main hand that what ended up being a pretty good call there. Mr. Michael there had 3-6 of diamonds. The flop was ace 9-8 of diamonds, and you had 4-9. You had second pair with a weak kicker in your hand, and you called him. Can you tell me a little bit about that hand? You remember that hand?
Right now I'm a little bit like this. I'm sure I'll remember the hand. Let's see, Michael.
Well, Michael, of course, you were playing heads up with him at the end, and the flop was ace 9-8 of diamonds, and you called there with the 9. And he just turned over 3-6, and he ended up winning. You dodged a diamond.
That's right.
And that was a big hand. And, Yano and I were also talking. You took a brutal beat earlier on. You had queens, and Michael, the person that you ended up playing heads up with, had 7s, and he caught a gut shot straight on the river.
Right, that was pretty
bad.
incredible.
Yeah.
Now I recall the hand with the 3 flops, the flop with the diamonds on it.
Yeah.
And he was at my first table when the tournament began, and he was really raising quite a bit and pushing around the table. Raising with anything, calling everybody, and I just put him on a weak call. Weak bet.
One of the other things, too, that I thought was a little bit interesting.
I have some water. Thank you.
One of the other things that I thought was a little bit interesting as well was when you were short chipped heads up against Michael, when you were first to act, you were making some calls as opposed to raises with hands that were pretty good for heads up, like a queen jack and a queen 10. You were calling in. He was actually getting to see a flop. Was there strategy behind that?
I was allowing him in a lot of hands. I was basically playing scared poker in a sense, as all players out there would probably say. I was just trying to be as cautious as I could, which you really can't do in that position, but I was trying to get a read on him.
Okay. And, I was telling Yana that, heads up, usually about the median hand, 50 percentile, the hand middle is about a jack 6 or a jack 7. So, we didn't know if you were trying to slow play and do a little trap with some of the better hands. I mean, we saw that you just called with the aces that time, right? And unfortunately for you, I think you played that hand well, but unfortunately for you, Michael didn't really pick up any pair.
Right.
Yeah.
At the same time, you could see him. He was going in quite a bit, all in, at any opportunity that he could. And I felt that he was going to do that. I was going to let him take himself out at that point.
Yeah. Well, so do you play on the Bike's free site a lot? Obviously, you qualified, had to have 10 points. The Bike site, www.thebike.com, powered by Pokertropolis. You've played in several of the free rolls that we have at 7 o'clock each night?
Oh, I play as much as I can. I only have about 20 multi-table chips right now, nothing much. It's a pretty nice site. I like it a lot. The Saturday 415ers and the Sundays, they're great games there.
So it's a great deal for you to go in, play on the website,
wonderful
play
deal.
for free, qualify here, come in, pay $10, and walk out $1,000 richer, plus a computer, right?
Exactly, it is. It's a great deal here. I'd like to thank the Bicycle Club right here, for everything that they've done. I've had a great time, and I appreciate everything that they've put up for this tournament.
Well, Ron, again, congratulations. Thanks for coming down, and good luck with your future poker endeavors.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks a lot for Ron coming into the booth. And we have shuttled in a $200 no-limit game quickly onto the table. And it looks like I can see from the table when we zoom back in on the table, we've got another special treat as David Tuckman in seat 5 is into seat 5. Well, he's actually getting up there now. And we can go around and introduce the players here. In seat number 1, we have Sarkis. Seat number 2 is Morrow. Seat 3 is Aaron. Seat 4 is Eric. Seat 5 is David Tuckman, the one and only. Seat 6 is Toshika. Seat 7 is Gary. Seat 8 is Alex. And seat 9 is Daniel. And of course, this is a $200 no-limit hold'em game. Restricted buy-in. 3 5 blinds. The yellow chips are $5 chips.
We like to call this game our Saturday night special.
The blue chips are $1 chips.
No, commentators. This is on the internet, so we have commentators talking about the game.
And David Tuckman there has the button, and we know how he likes to play a lot of hands from the button.
He likes to play a lot of hands, period.
Yeah, seat 6, what a great bluff.
We love Dave. He's a fun guy.
Well, he's picked up ace deuce offsuit. See what he does here. He's going to raise it up, plays very aggressive from late position.
Once again, outstopped after aggressive.
Well, I love his play, and it's something that I've adapted to too at these restricted buying games. You just really ram him, jam him from late position. Heads up, ace 3 against ace deuce, and I'm going to tell you, the chances that an ace is going to flop here are slim. Ace doesn't come.
Why don't you check? I'll check too. See what you have.
But look at this, Tuckman's got ace deuce, and he's got the ace of spades in his hand.
That's a
Flop is
flop
queen
for
9
him.
5, 3 spades. He's going to bet. And even if he didn't have the ace of spades, he still could take it down. And ace 3. Ace 3 mucks, and Tuckman shows the ace of spades as he likes to show his good cards.
Yeah. They always show the good ones.
Ace of spades, I ain't going here.
I know those flushes. Not going anywhere.
Lee Watkins, thank you, Russ McGinley. That tournament was like Doyle Brunson a la Lee Watkins.
Okay.
There we go, from last year.
You just said Lee Watkins. I was like, what
Lee
are you
Watkins.
talking about?
Yep. Of course, like we said, we monitor the. There's a live forum on 2+2. You can go to 2plus2.com, spelled out. Click on the forums. Click on televised poker events and World Poker Tour, and we're right there. Started by our good buddy in Syracuse, New York. You can also email us at live@thebike.com. We will read your emails off. We're going to see three-way action here. A couple of decent hands here.
Ooh.
Wow, 2 players have flopped top pair. King Queen's got a gut shot.
25.
And seat number 7 there. Gary, he's going to lead right out.
Call.
And he's in kicker trouble, Yana.
Mm-hmm.
Seat 8's going to call.
Heads up.
And seat 1 muck. So we're heads up. It's about a $60 pot. Turn is a king. Wow, and that gives ace 9 the top pair with a club draw, Yana, and he's going to fire. He's all in, it looks like.
39.
For 39 more.
Ace 4 has to hope for a chop here.
Yeah, he does.
That's a...
He's going to have to pick up a card above a 9 that's not a club here to get that chop.
Yeah.
River is a 4, and look at this.
No,
he's made aces up. Unbelievable.
And he checks.
Oh. Well, no, the guy's all in.
Oh,
He's all
God.
in.
Thank God. Sorry. My
He's
bad.
all in. But that was the one card that
he
could
scoops with.
hit to win there. Of course, he could have chopped with a king and jack or another card above a 9.
He only had
he
2
needed
outs.
to catch a 4 that wasn't the club.
Yeah,
Yep.
2 outs.
Yep.
Wow.
And that's poker for you right there.
I have to say, though, I love the shirt.
Pretty flashy.
No, it's really cool. I like it. They're all looking at us.
That's hardly. That's like a fish there.
Oh, look at that.
See, I want to make like accent pillows out of that fabric. It's hot.
Oh yeah, look at that.
I think they're watching TV.
I think it's a boxing match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like two grown men beating each other to a pulp. So.
You're okay.
Oh, this is gonna be
Get the
this is gonna be a
blood
quick fight.
I think it's Trinidad versus.
Judah, supposedly Judah won the
Who's
first round.
the versus?
10-7, so.
Now we have it on in the booth. Look at us. We're such degenerates.
How you doing, Mark?
Pocket threes there for seat 1. He's in the big blind. Look at
That's been
Tuckman.
raised to 15.
He's got Jack 9 offsuit. He's going to play really aggressive from late position. Problem is,
Seat 8 picked up an actual hand.
well,
Poker, anything can happen.
He flat calls with 10.
seat 7 has got Queen 10. He calls. Seat 8's got pocket 10.
Oh, okay, he hasn't done it. He's got to raise all in here. There's already, what is that, $45 in there, and he only has 100?
He's going to call. So we're going to see four-way action here. Tuckman's driving line with the Jack 9. Let's see the flop. Oh, deuce, deuce, 4.
Oh, great. Oh, the threes might think they're good here.
So this 10s is going to check from
I
up
think threes
front.
bet this flop. This is, oh,
And he's
no.
going to bet $10. See what Dave does here in position.
25.
He's going to bet $25. Looked like there was only 2 chips
Dave
there.
can't put money here with 2 people behind him.
I think Dave can pick better spots here.
I agree.
Now, Dave must have been playing at this table before because he's got about 600 in chips.
Yeah.
This game's been going on for about 3 hours. This is a $200 maximum restricted buy-in game, but the game's been going on for 3 or 4 hours, so people have accumulated their chips. If you go down to felt, you can bring your stack back up to 300. Or if you go under 100, you can bring it up to
Pens
300.
have to push here. He's only has $60 left.
Of course, of course.
There you go.
And that's what he's going to do.
And threes almost have to call. He's short. The guy could be on clubs.
Looks like it's
No,
only
he's
another
gonna
$60 more.
Looks like he's going to
Thank you, sir.
But $60 more to seat 1 with pocket threes. Well, of course, now 4 can beat him as well as any
Yeah.
over player.
He didn't call. He raised you.
No, you raise. I'm talking about you raise. Take your time.
He just doesn't have that much money left.
Pocket aces with the ace of clubs.
Pocket aces with ace of clubs. Dave's just being a smart ass now.
So it looks like it's about $60 more to seat 1. And I think, again, we can pick your spots better.
Tim, is that a room temperature one?
If the room is a refrigerator.
And seat 1's going to make the right lay down.
Thank you, Tim.
If the room is
Sarkis in seat 1, and Alex, seat 8, takes it down.
you show the next 2 cards online.
Usually people will stack their chips in 20-chip denominations, so a stack of yellow is $100. It's a good way to figure out how much money the players have in front of them.
Anybody want a drink?
Dave loves to get the table drunk.
Buy you a Coke.
Good little mini raise there to Dave's right.
Pot's been raised to $10.
He's got King Jack suited. Dave's got pocket threes. He's
Got
going
a
to
call
call.
there, yeah. That mini raise does nothing but give people
Yes, sir.
better odds.
Seat 6 has got an ace-10 suited. He's going to call. Ace-10
Builder, huh?
clubs.
Yeah, exactly. Dave
And
said
wow, a
it.
lot of suited connectors. A lot of hearts
A
out
lot
there.
of hearts
the-
out
we
there.
got the
I
thing
don't
going.
expect to see hearts on the
About
flop.
a $60 flop. 8, ace-7.
That's scary.
Ace 10 with the best hand.
Seat 7's got the best hand, and he's in position.
I check.
He's got a fire it.
And he's going to bet. Look at seat 2 with the open-ended straight draw. 5-6.
75.
And seat 1's got a gut shot. It's the kind of flops and limit that you actually should lead out from early position when you're in the top end of a gut shot with an ace on the
No,
board
seat
down.
1 and 2 are open-ended.
Well, seat 1 was open-ended.
Yeah.
Look at that. And he mucked.
Open-ended to the nuts.
And he mucked.
They're both open.
And now seat 2 with the bottom open end.
No. They're both
Well, even
fairly
more
done.
reason to lead out with an open-ended straight draw with an ace on the board.
Yeah.
Well, Dave's got pocket threes, and
You can't.
ace 10's going to take it down.
Dave starts drawing already about his hand. I love it. The knight is still young. He claims he laid down a pair and a flush draw.
Thank you very much, sir.
What a flashy shirt.
I love this shirt. Don't even. I'm being completely serious, but you don't get the full texture of the pattern here. Like, it looks just like, you know, dots. When you zoom in, you can see the brilliance.
Yes, sir.
Tuckman Cam shows an ace 7 suited.
Tuckman.
He's in early to mid position.
You know he's money's in there.
Well, you know what? He's kind of in early position. He likes to make a point that he's not going to play hands. And there's no way he's going to call this to a raise in this position. And seat 4's got pocket kings. Wow, he's going to raise to 25.
Wow.
See how tight seat 1 plays. He's got ace jack offsuit in the small blind.
Yeah, just push the one.
He doesn't have that many more chips
Exactly.
left.
What's he re-raising that he's not going to push in with?
Plus 55.
There you go. I got to call you my kings.
And because we know one of the aces is dead, it's about over an 80% edge for pocket kings here. He's got 2 aces that are going to help him left in the deck.
Everybody sees him anyway. Queens, kings. Oh, wow.
Is Dave going to tell the guy that he mucked one of the aces?
Cowboys, baby.
This is another classic.
3, 3, 7.
Oh, wow.
They both have the
Glad I didn't stay
spades.
in.
King of spades got him covered in that area. 10 comes on the turn.
Just an ace.
Oh, I made it.
You had the
Rivers and 4 spades. And Eric in seat number 4 is going to take it down with pocket kings. Takes down a nice little pot there.
Thank you very much, sir.
Man, the fight's over already.
Got a small on the blind, too big.
Yeah, man, that fight's
Small
over
on the
already.
button, too big. That's what I meant.
I heard it the second time.
Yeah.
Like you said, yeah, I got to call. You got aces, you got aces. What are you going to do? Especially for that one.
Wow, Dave's got pocket jacks at seat 5.
It's kind of back of the
Probably
head.
25. He likes to make it 25.
Sometimes he likes to limp in with these hands, though, from up front. He is under the gun. See what he does. And that's what he's going to do. He limps
Wow.
in. Funny thing is that he actually would have won a big pot the other night that he was on when he limped in with jacks. He threw it a limp re-raise in. Wow, seat 4's got ace-queen. So 6-way action here. 7, 8, 10. That's not the flop you're looking for in an unraised pot with
Yeah,
jacks.
especially with Jack 9 in there.
15.
He's going to throw a little feeler bet out there. He's got an overpair. $15, Dave. Jack 9's going to call open-ended.
No, he's going to raise.
Oh, she is going to
$30
raise.
raise.
Yeah.
She is going to
45
raise.
total bet.
And Jack 9 is flopped. Excuse me, she's
The
flopped a
nuts.
straight.
Yeah.
I said open-ended. She's
She
flopped a
flopped
straight.
the nuts straight.
So she's going to raise it up a little bit to $30.
He's
Wow,
gonna call here.
Dave's
Well,
gonna
he's got the
call.
gut shot in the overpair, so he might put her on a draw.
Turns a deuce. See what Dave does here. If he thinks that she is on a draw,
He's
he
got
might
a
bet in
here.
here.
Yeah. I think he will.
And he is going to bet 30.
She just called?
Wow. No, she's going to raise.
Oh, okay.
And Dave quickly mucks. Well, Dave throws a bet in there, gets some information, and quickly mucks. Quickly
Yeah.
mucks.
One more
And,
test.
and exactly what he says. He's
But
gonna
if
throw a
he
test
raises
in.
pre-flop, she doesn't call. He gets ace-queen to call. He wins. I don't know. I just think jacks are too valuable. I mean, smaller pairs, like 9s and lower even, to limp.
Pocket jacks. Pocket jacks.
You already did that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I was drawing dead to a tie.
Yeah,
But in case.
true that.
I was drawing dead to it. No, you're right. A good bet by you. I could have had clubs. Or you
No,
know, two
diamond.
flush draws after.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, two club on the
Yeah,
turn.
clubs and
Clubs
diamonds.
or a flush draw. Either way. Well done.
So, did Tuckman get brutalized last time he played?
Actually, he ended up
Oh,
winning a
that's
lot
great.
off of camera
Oh.
after the show was over.
25.
He always seems to do pretty well.
Seat 9 there, Daniel, he's going to raise to 25. He's got pocket 10s.
Tuck Cam, what does it give us?
25, huh? So 20 to me?
20 for you.
A6 of diamonds.
I already won.
And he mucked.
And he mucks.
Yeah, second round. I mean, he knocked me out the first round. Knocked me out
What did the
second
razor
round.
have, you said? Pocket
Pocket
10?
10s.
I wasn't in a fight.
Apparently the boxing match did not last as long as people liked.
Seems like there's always a lot of hype about boxing, especially at the heavier weight classes.
I've been seeing those posters everywhere, and I don't even know anything about boxing. It's over? Who won? Who's that guy? I see him. I just don't know who he is. All I know about boxing is $1 Million Baby was a great movie.
C2's he's gonna raise to 20. He's got ace 9 suited. Seat 9 has limped in with pocket 7s. And seat 7's limped in with 6s, and we're gonna see 2 pocket pairs call. Pot's about $65 to the flop. 10 jack jack. Funny enough, pocket 7s has got the best hand.
So?
2 jacks I had, 2 black jacks.
See ace 9 if he fires here. It's up to seat 2. And Morrow checks right behind.
Wow. Turns a king.
Turns a king.
Everyone's still scared out of their minds.
I mean, let's see if one of these. No, now Morrow's got to fire.
Yeah.
And
He's got to represent the king at least.
50?
He's not going to get called.
Love the joke.
Thank you, Mark. Pot's been raised to 15.
And the guy with the coolest shirt raises 15 with ace king of hearts. Yeah, I think I'm reading this wrong. I'm sorry. I think he has king jack of spades right now. We have a lot of big hands up. And Dave just picked up queens.
You missed that.
Oh, the dealer's supposed to make sure it's posted before he starts.
I have
Raise it.
I have feeling.
He limped with queens on the button. Ace king of hearts slipped in.
That's the move.
Now Dave came in over the top for 200. Wow, these are huge hands right now. C3 with ace king of hearts.
You knew what you're doing, and I knew what he was doing.
Limp.
So.
King jack of spades in the big blind and queens on the button.
Well, put it this way, if you had checked, both of us would have been upset.
They were both trapping, hoping the big blind puts in a raise. And he went limp, limp, big blind raise, re-raise, 200. And I expect ace king of hearts is going to have to push here.
Oh, big one.
We have a coin flip.
It's a race.
It's a race, yeah. I think that's the one hand he's kind of afraid of. Oh. Backdoor hearts is what he's now drawing to. Queens flop top set.
Root for the guy, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Backdoor hearts dead. And queens hold up.
Do you want to be?
What'd you lay down, sir?
King jack of spades.
Wow, those are some big hands right
I
there.
almost raised myself, and I'm going, no, let's.
Well, they both took a risk there. Both of them limped in, counting on one of the blinds to raise their hand for him.
Anytime queen.
I think Dave was just trapping on the
Hey,
button.
if I had known the queen was going to come on flop, I would have smooth called, let him call too.
There was only one
Well,
left
I
in the deck.
incited some action there, didn't I?
Huh?
I said I incited
Throw
some
away
action.
queen
Well, you were either going to kill. That was either going to kill action or inside action. One of the two.
Only one left in the deck.
Thank you, David.
Queens are really good to this table this time.
Okay, 160.
Sorry.
Dave takes down about $250 there.
Let's post the big blind so we don't have another.
That was more exciting, though, wasn't it? 5 minutes delay. Big blinds here. Sir, am I going to deal you in?
I'm about to go all in the lane.
Is that a must move or new player?
No, it's 200.
New player. You have an option, sir.
We have a new player in seat 1. We're going to get his information. He posted. Pretty early position.
Just aces full of tens.
You need to put your cards
There you go. Oh, I'm sorry.
He has 3-7 off. And a lot of nothing around the table. So we're going to take it
No raise.
5-way for
Or not.
5 limpers.
Practically. 6 players.
Ace-8 with the best. Flop is 8 of hearts, 9 of hearts, 4 of diamonds.
20.
Oh, 4-8 made bottom 2 pair in seat 7. And is raising to 20. So ace-8 has middle pair, a good kicker. 4-8 has 2 pair. 6-7 is open-ended for the open-ended straight. And 5-6, look at this hand, Bart. Bart is coming back. They have an interesting hand. 5 people limped around with kind of small, nothing cards. But the flop kind of hit everyone. 5-6 has the flush draw. 4-8 has 2 pair, and 6-7 is open-ended.
Wow, well, there's the flush right there. The turn is a 10.
And 6-7 got the straight.
And he's got an open-ended straight flush.
45.
And it looks
Wow.
like seat 8 is going to lead with the flush. Seat 2 calls with the made straight. Just calls.
Wow.
Boy.
That's
Why would you just call unless you're afraid you're up against a flush?
exactly.
And
If you
look at
think
this
you're already
seat
beat.
7 mucks, 2 pairs.
2 pair. Good muck.
At least I didn't make it.
River is the king.
Irrelevant.
Just
5,
cost
6,
you the extra 10. That was it.
Let's see how much seat 8 puts in.
50.
He's going to bet 50. And seat 2 calls, so seat 2 is afraid of the flush.
Yeah.
Flush.
He shows the straight.
Did you have the 7 hearts?
Yes.
You need his 5. You need his 6.
I need a 6 or a jack.
6 was being occupied. So jack.
1 out.
Thank you, sir.
You had 1 out of that.
1 out.
It's not actually true. If any other heart came in that was smaller, his 7 high flush would have been good. He didn't have 1 outer. He had way more outs.
Well, he didn't know. Of course, he didn't know that. You're right. He would have had the higher
after
flush.
he turned over the cards, he
Yep.
said I only had 1 out. That's not true. A 2, 3, or 4 of hearts also helped him.
Absolutely.
So he had more outs than he thought.
20.
I mean, granted, it still all adds up to 4, but
Well, seat number 1 there. That's Sarkis. He's going to race to 20. He's got ace-king suited.
the ace as well. So 5.
Wow, seat 4's picked up pocket queens and has re-raised to 60. Eric in seat 4. I haven't heard a lot from him.
We're going to see the same heads up, ace king of hearts versus pocket queens. That's the second time.
Sorry. 6-8 has been exposed.
Seat 4's got a queen of spades, queen of clubs. Now what does ace king do? He's going to call.
just called.
Every time I
So it's
turn
heads
my
up
cards
here.
over, I flop the straight or something weird like that happens.
Good flop for queens.
6, 8.
I think queens push here.
It's about a $120 pot.
Yeah, he only has about 150.
Yeah, well, no, I have no problems throwing it away.
Or pocket jacks.
I've thrown it away better than that.
I assume so.
Excuse me, that's Eric in seat 1,
Even taking
not
into account
Sarkis.
the flop.
Yeah, new player while you
Actually,
were
I was
gone.
playing
Bert.
the 30-60 game the other day. I threw away jack 10 and diamond. It was a raise, everything. I threw
And he's
it
going to
away.
bet
Flop comes out.
100. Eric is going to bet 100 to the other Eric, and the other Eric folds.
Yeah, you can actually buy up to 300 too.
I can buy up to 300 now.
What are you at? Now you can bring your stake up to 200. You lose $30 more. You just kind of give them to me. Buy up to 300.
Big blinds here.
I've tried the. But it's sure enough 9 of diamonds. That's really good. A straight flush. I'm going. Okay.
Sure.
There you go.
Big blind is 5.
And Yana, I'm struggling a little bit with my sinuses. I apologize for that.
Oh, no problem. All of a sudden, I was like,
I
can
sound
I
a little
help
bit
you?
congested, yep.
You never know.
Actually, this live the bike game, like 3 days ago. You were at the table. Yeah. When I had pocket, were you at the table when I had pocket jacks?
Yeah.
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 One guy had queens, one guy had
Tuckman's
10s,
talking
pocket
about his
jacks,
hand
one
with the
had
jacks
10
from a few nights ago.
I missed it. What was it?
I laid them to
Anything
go
interesting?
in.
He had to lay him down. You know, he had limped, re-raised, and got re-raised again all
Oh,
in.
yeah.
So he had to lay him
No
down.
good.
And
We've got a limp with ace queen in early position here by seat 6.
anyway, he went all in. for
Flop is 7, 6,
And
10.
this guy calls,
It's
and I
15.
laid down my pocket jacks, and it would have won. And
Seat number 1 there.
Do we know what he has?
He
He's
didn't
not
show his
showing the
cards.
cards.
He's got 9-10, so he's bet on the top pair, and he is going to take it down.
That would have been if I won that last. If I actually
Seat
just
1,
stayed in that
Eric.
hand, I would have won. Because they're both going to go all in. One's got a set. One's got an open-ended straight draw with an overpair.
3.
I had $700.
Pocket jacks is a
Did
tough
the
call.
500
You gotta call.
No, it was a 3 to 5.
Who do you flop
I had
the-
about 700. I mean,
He
I
flopped the set.
had
Yeah, he flopped the
1,000. The other
set.
guy had like about 700.
What he was upset about, though, Yana, was that
Would have been a big.
he limped,
I mean, it wasn't
and it was raised by the small blind, and he re-raised. Now, what he was upset about is he would have made a lot of money if he had just called
Right,
the raise.
instead of re-raising.
Yeah.
And opening it up to a re-raise behind.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Ace-King for seat 7. He's going to raise. He's going to get called by Ace-10 offsuit, a hand that I think is sometimes grossly overvalued,
4 players.
especially in limit, but sometimes in no limit, too.
It's horrible no limit.
So 4-way action here to the flop. Put $150 pot, 8-5-9.
8-9 still in the hand?
Look at this. Seat
Top
2.
In here.
He's called. He called with the suited connector, and he's going to move all in. And he's hoping,
No
that
one
someone
has
has an
anything.
overpair.
No one has anything though.
Hoping someone's got an overpair here.
Not yet.
And the funny thing about this, Yana, is obviously I'm not an advocate of slow playing here. I might have played that hand different, though.
Yeah, it's a pretty
I
good
might have
flop.
checked that
Yeah, check
and had
re-raise
somebody
all in.
bet and then re-raise all in. Because
Yeah.
when you don't have that much money left, if you move all in, someone really can only call you. And
With an
you
overpair.
never know. I mean, yeah, he didn't have that much. Someone would have called him with an overpair.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But
they also would have bet the overpair and he can re-raise all in.
Yeah.
So he's not giving up anything. If
but-
someone has an overpair, they're going to bet.
But by checking, you're letting Ace King bet,
Exactly.
and then you're making money off of Ace King, where he just moved all in quickly, and
You have those days. Nothing you can do about it.
you know, either you check it or you make a small bet, Yana. I think I probably might have thrown in a very small bet. I don't think I would have moved all in.
Fate.
Limp here from seat 6 with an Ace 5. Seat 1's got an Ace
4
8.
players.
And we're going to see a limped pot here, 4-way action. Queen 3 8. 2 hearts.
Ace 8 with the best hand. He
He's
checked.
going to check the second pair with an over from a button.
Oh, he's got to think it's good now.
Got to think it's good now, right?
That's a great card.
20.
Look at this, though. Seat 3. He's just going to fire out with absolutely
bluff.
nothing. Absolutely nothing.
He gets called. There you go.
Button's going to call him.
That's horrible. He's got no outs. Now he picked up a pair, which he might think is good.
Going to bet again.
40.
It's a small bet. I think he gets called. If that card was an overcard, like a 9 or a 10.
And Ace 8 is going to take it down. Well, you know,
Queens and 5s.
if I'm seat 3, Yana, I don't mind the play by 5-6, because who's going to check a queen,
Exactly.
an 8, or for that matter, a 3 or a flush draw from the button?
I know.
And then when that queen comes on the turn, well, you
You
got to think
gotta
the guy doesn't have an 8 at least.
Yeah.
I mean, is he going to call me with the 3? But he had just played it passively, and I like
I
the
think
bet
when he
by
calls-
C3.
I think when he calls, maybe he gives him the flush draw. Is the only thing he could possibly give him. And then when he
Yeah.
rivers a 5, he thinks this is the best hand.
Well, I think he probably should have checked there
Yeah.
if he thought the guy has on the flush
Exactly,
draw.
because then you only get called when you're beat. So.
Live straddle.
Ooh, live straddle. Go Tuckman.
He's got a king 9 offsuit in the straddle position.
People do that so they can see how many people limp and then raise.
No, that's often a play when there's a lot of dead money to
Yeah.
raise from one of the blinds in a straddle
20.
pot.
Re-raise to 20 here.
It's going to double the size of the big blind. C8 has got an ace queen offsuit.
Tuckman, I think just calls here. There you
He
go.
does. He just calls.
Okay, we're heads up.
Heads up. Ace
He
queen
thinks
against
he can
king 9.
outflop. I mean, I think he thinks he can outplay the guy after the flop.
I check.
4-10-5.
20.
Let's see if Tuckman throws in a bluff here. Check raise bluff.
Right.
He has absolutely nothing.
Yep, here it comes.
Yeah, where we know this game, don't we?
I'm gonna raise.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, Yana, is that Tuckman got outplayed by someone in early position a few nights ago.
Really?
A few times.
You have to tell me the hand.
Yeah. And ace-queen quickly mucks, and Tuckman takes it down from up front. Well, that's sometimes the power of being in first position, the power of the check raise.
Yeah. Check raising really is just, you know, a lot of people check blind to get position back. You know, if someone was a pre-flop raiser, they check blind, it's like, then it gives them no information about their hand.
Normally, I like to check raise semi-bluff as opposed to check raise total
Totally
bluff. Well, because, you know, if the guy calls,
then what are you going to do on the turn?
Now you're out of position again.
Right.
And what are you going to do?
Right.
King Jack suited for seat 2 here. That's Morrow. And he's just going to limp.
Six players.
Wow.
6-way action. Ace 8 queen.
Queen 4 with the best made hand. King Jack with a gut shot and backdoor flush. Checks around.
Turn is a 5.
King Jack now with a gut shot and a flush draw. It's got to put some money in here. And he's on the button as well.
And he checks it. He takes the free card.
Wow.
River is an ace.
Ace of hearts. Queen 4 now.
It looks like Queen 4 bet.
Six?
Queen 4 has bet here. Boy, that's really dangerous to bet there. I think I might have check called there,
I
Yana.
know.
Six.
Betting on the third heart.
Thank you, sir.
Now, granted, someone might not have an ace, but
What?
you can check to induce a bluff. Check and see exactly what's gone on after you. Because if you bet and somebody raises, can you really call with Queen 4 there?
No.
You know?
You really can't.
And that was Felix Trinidad, actually, I think. That was the fight, and I think he won. I might be mistaken.
Anybody need cocktails?
I might have called you. You might have again. Who knows? Yeah, it might not have been a difference anyway. I wouldn't have called you. I had garbage.
Funniest thing about Dave and the way that he plays is that he doesn't like people coming up behind him and talking to him while he is concentrating on the game, especially when he's in a hand. But he's really a talkative player on the table, though.
Yeah, he's
He really tries to get a feel for the table by talking to it. Gets checked around here on the flop. Check, check on the turn.
Anybody like that?
King high is good here so far.
I got a king kicker.
And
King kicker with my king high.
8s and 5s with the king is going to take it down.
Just want to get the hand over fast. I bet you might call.
I even say, like, I don't even want to option.
Then muck your hand if you don't want it. You throw it away, then.
I big blind. Why I have to mug?
That's what I'm saying. If you want to get it over, just muck them.
Could have had a 5 or an 8 in the big blind.
Yeah.
Very easily.
Yeah, after the flop, if you want to get it
Very
over,
easily.
just throw it in the muck.
I see a couple of limpers here.
20.
And Tuckman is going to raise. He's going to make that mini raise. He's got 3-5 of diamonds. Now, Yana, the purpose of this raise is so that he can bet. He's going to build the pot up to about $100 here. About $80 now. Now, the purpose of this is if he gets scare cards, he can bet $20 to $40 to win 80, as opposed to betting 40 to win 40. Jack 9-7.
That's a bad flop for him.
Now, it's going to get checked around. Well, no, Jack is going to quickly bet. Well, he can get away from this really easily. But that is the power of the mini raise. It's a technique that he's been using. And it makes sense. As opposed to just limping, and now the pot's $40, betting 40 to win 40, you bet 30 or 40 to win 80 from position.
No, you do it. Play. No, you're polite. It's fine. It's just always kind of interesting little thing during tournaments when people say that fine. So.
You're just acknowledging that you know the actions to you.
Yeah, no, exactly. Okay, yeah, good bet. You're calling? You call, I can't call.
And
My pocket pair no good. I love it when he lies.
My pocket's not good unless, no.
well, the turn is an ace of diamonds.
Tucking picked up a diamond draw here.
And the jack is going to, excuse me, yeah, the jack checks, and king 10 is representing an ace here. All he has is a gut shot.
And with clubs out there, you can't really give him much good.
And the question is, would this guy call? And look at that. He uses his position. He's going to take down the hand.
Let's rabbit cam that. I wonder if Brian's going to rabbit cam it. I wonder if a diamond comes up.
Oh, it's right here. Can I show it, David? Am I allowed to show? I know it's on this, but...
No flash.
Because I know you are really opposed to rabbit hunting. But
I usually am.
I know you are. That's why I asked.
David also wanted to know. David was curious if his runner.
He's right on the borderline.
I'm not violent, but I mean, there is a reason behind it.
Big
It's not just
blinds,
like,
I don't like it either.
What is the reason behind the no rabbit hunting?
I'm sure he's going to explain it to us. If he doesn't, I will.
let's say that card were to be the river, suddenly everybody goes, wait a second.
I don't like that.
Wait, I didn't understand that.
It's because if you're representing a specific card,
Oh, like the ace of hearts if the flush
exactly,
is out there. And, that
and then
heart-
somebody rabbit hunts, and well, here's the card.
Oh,
then it really
that makes sense.
hurts you.
To 20.
That makes sense.
Well, C3 is going to raise to $20 here with a suited ace, ace 3 of hearts. Toshika is going to call on the button with ace king. I really like to throw in a re-raise there sometimes in position. So we're going to see a flop, $60 pot, ace 10 deuce, ace 3, the original raiser. He's going to bet.
62.
He's going to bet about the size of the pot. And look at this.
It looks like about 105.
Toshika's going to raise.
At least 124.
You got to double. That'll put
She's going to make it 124 total.
Well, the raise is to 125.
125 total.
She wanted to race to whatever
124.
player one had. So
She's trying to put seat 3 all
She can't do
in.
that. She's got to double that raise, that bet.
It's pretty much the same.
So it's 62.
And let's see if the weak ace can get off of the hand. Nope, he's going to call, and he's in big trouble. Turn is a 4. River is a 7. And Toshika's going to take down a nice little pot there with ace king.
He raised for me.
Trying to get a feel.
He's been playing pretty straightforward, solid.
It's been a bad few years for Chicago Bears.
I haven't had a team since 86. 85, I think. 86 was the Giants. 85.
85 was their
85
last
was the Cubs.
real team.
And it was the...
They got excited a couple of years ago. There was
It was 85.
Because the Giants won in 86.
No, you're not blind. You're under the gun.
Being a huge New York sports fan.
Are you a big New York fan? Where are you from?
Brooklyn.
Right?
The Giants won in 86 and the Mets won in 86.
Big year for New York.
Great year.
Unfortunately, I'm a Jet and a Met fan, so.
I
Although I'm not, I gotta be honest with you, Bill. I kind of grew like such the state baseball.
And looks like somebody raised to 10, or it was a straddle
I've been out
here.
here for so long. I kind of like
4-7 ace.
because I can't stand like the New York baseball scene.
You know what happened with me?
Seat 4 here. He's going to bet. And he's betting with absolutely nothing here. We haven't heard much from him. Eric, he's only really shown down big pairs. And C8's going to call.
No, see,
The second pair.
I
Wow.
still live in New York.
I don't live in New York anymore.
Well, there you
Now, the
go.
turn is a 5.
I mean, I hate the Giants, but the Jets, though, I believe.
Now I
they
picked up a
all the Jets.
gut shot.
Seat 8's got
With
the
8-9.
gut shot, and seat 4's got the gut shot as well.
I was born upstate, actually.
With the best hand.
And he's going to check behind it, so it goes check, check on the turn.
6 would be interesting.
Wow, the river's a 9.
That's a spade. I don't think we see much action on that spade.
Third spade. Check.
I think it's check, check, and the 9 takes it down.
Okay. Okay, I went to Hamilton.
And that's exactly what happens.
Nines.
And then
River, this guy keeps getting killed on the river.
All the time. All the time.
This guy's like, hey, I was just minding my own business trying to steal a pot. You didn't have to call me.
Queens for a little while, Fresh Meadows.
Thank you very
Long
much.
Island for a little while. My folks all live in Long Island now.
My family lives in that.
Poor Bart has allergies, everyone.
I don't know what it is.
Everyone I know. I still
If you get me sick,
My best
I
friend
might have
lives
to
in,
take a month off and go to the World Series.
Ruth Place, Staten Island.
There she is.
I know how to get there. That's about it. Ruth Place in Staten Island.
my family still lives there.
Well, Tuckman's got a suited connector. Dave's 7/8 spades here. He's in middle position.
Probably throws a chip in. There you go.
Home of the birthplace of Tom Cruise.
Oh, yeah?
Tom Cruise, yummy.
Let's rock.
How long you been out here?
Four-way action here. It's been limped around.
Check the art.
Yeah.
Ace, 9, deuce.
Ace 3 with the best
Go
hand.
ahead.
On the button, too. He's got to bet that.
He's going to bet $15.
15.
He should take it down here. I don't understand what anyone would call here with.
Seat 9 might think he's trying to make a position bet, and Seat 9's going to call a second pair.
No kicker.
I checked
There's
the
no
art.
money in the pot. Why fight for the 15 bucks?
Heads up. Ace 3 against 4-9.
That's going to slow him down.
Turn is a jack, and it goes check, check.
Down.
River's a 9. Unbelievable. Seat 9's made trip 9s, and he
still
checked
won't
it.
bet.
Three
He
nines.
checked it on the river.
Dude, you gotta bet before the river. You're getting killed. Oh, it's fast.
Wow.
Wow.
You're getting killed.
See, and again we see it, Jan, especially in this game, that when that third suited card
Oh,
comes
yeah.
out
It
on the
stops
turn,
all action dead.
I still wouldn't be necessarily scared of betting on the turn from position. Bet
When
and see
you
what
have
happens.
the ace and someone calls you on that board, I mean, I see why you give him the flush draw.
Okay, so if he bets and he raises me, then I evaluate it. But if
Yeah.
I bet, I take that one down. And
Put 20 bucks or 30 bucks in there. What was the pot there? 40? So you've
Yeah.
got to put at least 30 bucks in there. And if he gets re-raised, your ace is no good.
Chop.
I don't check. You can do whatever you want.
They're actually not supposed to do that.
No, it's just me. I just do.
so this is going to be the last hand before our table talk portion of the show. Thank you for joining us tonight, Yana, for that final table of the...
That was fun. I like the tournament idea. I think it worked out really well.
I will be back in here with David Tuckman
Oh, that's going to kill the game.
around 8:30.
The small amount of money that I get to the casino.
Wow, pocket aces for seat 6. She's under the gun. She's going to raise.
It's a strong raise there. What do you got?
Forget juice.
And she hasn't...
Yeah.
Remember, she has limped in with ace king. She's called ace king.
Yeah, she's not. Oh,
She's
not
limped in
gonna
with
get
ace
any
queen.
money.
Cards. Do you want me to call?
Yeah.
You want me to?
Dave just messing with her. Oh no, Dave!
Oh, this is the wrong time to choose your spots, Dave.
Wow, Dave, she's talking a lot. She's confident.
He's
Oh,
picked up
God.
a pair.
Oh no.
If he's going to choose to check raise here, he's in big trouble.
Oh no.
Flop is 9-7-4. I think that Dave probably can use his instincts to get away from this one.
I want to go. I lied. I don't have a pocket juice.
You want a pocket
She's,
juice?
she's confessing.
I lied. I'm
It's
sorry.
her midnight
I
confession.
lied. I'm sorry.
She's been lying to you.
I'm
She's been
sorry.
lying
That's
to
in
you the
pocket
whole
about
time.
lying. I'm so sorry.
Are you?
See what
I'm
Dave
really
does
have
here.
a good hand. I'm sorry. I lied. So if you wanna just go away.
She's too sweet. I'd be like,
Slippery slope.
oh my god.
Good on the TV.
It
I'm
looks.
sorry. I lied. But you know, if somebody asks what you have, you say pocket juice, right? I have pocket.
He's thinking, oh, but she's so
He
confident.
asked me, so I just lied.
If she had ace king, she'd shut up soon.
That's right. If-
Maybe he's waiting to see.
The funny thing is, there really isn't a big draw there out on the flop, and she's
No.
really asking him to please fold. And I'm pretty
Yeah.
comfortable with aces against this flop.
Yeah.
Time.
That's funny because you have bottom pair. Oh, the I show you is an old trick.
Don't even think about it.
Oh. Well, now the question though for Dave is if he puts her on a big pocket pair, he could peel one off for 2 pairs of trips here. There's a lot of chips in front of both of them.
He's gonna mock it.
He's gonna mock it. It's only $40.
What do you think, everybody? What I have?
Pocket aces.
What? Look at
Pocket
this.
aces.
That's my husband.
Well, with that, we
show the rabbit. Let's see it. To the river. Does he hit his 2 pair? Can we look? Did we see that?
He did, yeah.
No,
right.
he did it. He did it face up on the table. He showed the turn in the river.
And unfortunately, we didn't see what it was.
I think he turned the king. That's why I think it was such an interesting hand. I think he turned 2 pair.
Well, anyways, that's going to take us to our table talk portion of the show. We're going to turn the commentator's mic down and turn the atmosphere mic up. Please enjoy this period, and we will be back in a half an hour. Good night, Yana.
Good night, Bart. Feel better.
But now you know the type of people we are when you're online talking about us. Since you spent this whole
Now I'm going to go on the thing and talk about it. I'm not playing.
Yeah, I get it. It's a guy, that guy in C2 is good.
Pot's been raised to 10.
Hey, if the shoe fits, I didn't say that. You did.
If I wasn't comfortable with myself, I would never call myself a guy.
Totally. I mean, you don't believe why I had a pocket deuce.
I did. I believed you had pocket deuces.
Heads up. 2 players. Yep, just the 2 of you. Klabinski. 20. Thank you, sir. Thank you, David. Thank you, players, very much. 1 yellow card, please. Good luck to all of you.
Anybody want a drink? My treat.
See, 5's buying. We got cocktails.
I offer drinks all the time. Nobody wants to buy it. Nobody ever takes me up on it. It's amazing. I'll take it back. Huh? You want a drink? I'll take one with Pepsi. Brand is free. Why anybody give it Pepsi? That's easy.
No cell phones. Even deal with.
Or 7:25. Cool. It's 8 o'clock right now. 8:25. 8:25.
Yeah, 7:25 is over.
What? Okay.
Those are dead. Those are dead.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of my job description. Yeah. Part of my gig, I guess. Part of the gig. Part of the gig. Thank you, Enrique. I have pocket deuces.
Okay, I changed the mind. 20, I want home.
This is good.
big man.
So they move the button.
So you always lie when you play poker?
Yeah.
You lie in life too, or just poker?
Ask my husband.
Uh-huh. I wonder if my wife is watching.
You have wife? Oh yeah, you have name.
I have wife. I have a beautiful wife. Hello, wife.
And the winning ticket number for this hour is 9097. And the name on the ticket is John.
Your husband? Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Single.
Damn, I was going to ask you out, too.
Not today.
Single, double, triple.
So 88, man. What'd you move out here for? What'd you move out here for? An 88 school?
I went to NYU. And I'm here right after work.
Went to SUNY Binghamton and then to NYU. Right?
I had hair down to my ass. I didn't really fit into the upstate New York is pretty well.
I do. I already have one.
Oh, you fix it.
Actually, though, you know what? I'll use it for my protector.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is today's 225. Thanks.
The card protector. I check.
It's been 4 years since I played.
40?
Nice hand. You got an ace, right?
Come on.
Nice.
You know that queens always
You
win.
have an ace? I believe him. I think he has an ace.
Whether he does or
And I don't
doesn't.
want to, if I stay in, you know a queen's going to come on the river and beat him, so I don't want to do that to him. The river's been killing him. I like him too much.
It would happen.
That's what I am. That's what I got.
Small blind.
Where was that flop last time? That was a much better flop. Oh, yeah.
30. Bed is 30.
You need a call one. Yeah, exactly.
Was my queen 3 good?
No.
Really? Right, was it?
Her queens were much better than mine. Well, that was your lucky. You're drawing
I
dead.
almost called because of the pot odds.
And you're drawing dead.
Because I was already in for 5.
Oh.
I was drawing dead. Wow.
Actually, not dead completely on the flop.
Oh,
Could have
please.
3-3.
Nice hat.
Thank you.
I actually saw that happen in the tournament. It was amazing. One guy had pocket kings, the other person had queen 3. Literally the same hand. Flop came out king whatever 3. 3-3. Instead of kings versus.
I thought I had the button.
Yeah,
I think the button's moved because I don't get up until the button. Yeah, I folded my hand on the button.
Yeah.
Trying to give you a break. 15. Card is raised to 15. Three players in. Check in. Check. That is 20.
Jackpot wants queens. Somebody's got ace jack of diamonds. Somebody's got pocket queens. Queen of diamonds.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
Did you have an ace queen?
I had 10-7 suited. No.
That's the microphone.
who trimmed that, right?
GB 2041. GB.
Winky red. Anybody know what the line is for this fight? Anybody? You don't know who the line is in this fight?
CKY. T. Jack. WA. SU. FJM. PG. HK.
20. Card is raised to 20. Two players.
It's been a pleasure, everybody. Good luck. Hope you win the jackpot.
How much?
40. Huh?
I'm all in.
No, I bought in for 900.
900? 400 by
200, then 3, then 3, then 1.
Oh, you can buy no problem. 400 each time.
If you get knocked out, you can go buy 3.
So you can punish us.
I'm a crazy gambler. Throw my money away.
I can't believe you're leaving. It's fun playing.
I'll be back.
You win 500?
I'll be back. Huh?
Good.
500.
Thank you.
Whoever comes in next, give that to them.
I'll take it.
Good luck, everybody.
How much? 30?
30.
3-0.
first, yes.
50.
I call.
Only?
40.
He's all in 40. Pick two back.
Ace jack good.
Ace jack hard to play.
Oh, what a draw. Oh, it's going to get chopped.
Ace. Chop.
No ace.
No ace.
Wow. I thought he got screwed on the river.
Wow.
Yeah, that was like royal flush though.
What was him?
You know, you guys can't say you have ace. You know, you guys are gambling for
I had
call.
an ace.
You already called. He's all in.
I had an ace, but ace five.
Time he said his hand is always. It's got advantage. You are playing poker here. Not in
You had ace six, I had ace five.
big one.
You had ace ten, ace six. You won.
Did you have a first draw on the flop?
In the turn.
No, I had not straight to go on the flop and pick up the. He was short start. I'm not gonna go away.
Checks, please, and I sit open. 4.
4 out.
Check. Chips, please. Chips on 4.
Check around.
I check.
Don't look that way to me.
Checks, please.
Me?
Yes, it's on you.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
Sit open and chips, please, on 4. Sit open and chips.
Was my six good?
That's the 8 kind of quiet.
$200 behind. Who was the winner? You? Who won the pot? 5 coming.
Somebody.
Still left. They've left.
Okay.
Sit open. How does the rest 20? Two players.
Está viendo. Está viendo.
Check.
60.
The bet is 60. Blind, please. Big blind, really good chance. Fine.
You wouldn't have gone on a run for the last.
Yeah, that was. I should have checked that one. I flipped that set.
I checked dark.
Check blind. Check team. 16. 3 person.
Check.
Check blind.
Check. No check.
Check around.
Still checking.
Oh,
Check in
man.
the dark.
Pocket kings and an ace queen of spades. And we got a
Yeah.
jackpot.
What? Big
Chances of
action.
that, 0.
You got a king.
Good. I'm surprised she didn't end up betting it earlier.
Money flush out there.
Yeah.
I didn't have much to pick from. You were checking the wrong, so I didn't know what you did. Put you on the name. Big blind?
Card is raised. Check around. That is 50.
I'm going to raise. Yeah, I'm pot committed, so I got to go ahead and get it.
Keep the 50 cent. All in?
How much more?
Let's put 50 in there.
50 more?
Probably. Don't play.
49.
I call.
I give you.
I'm going to change these up for you. Yeah. Get 500. I'm bringing 100 in yellow and then 400 cash.
500 behind.
All in. I got a flush.
I hate this dude. I hate this dude.
Oh, you too?
I hate this
Yeah,
dude.
so that you had it.
What a call. What a catch out. What a call.
Chips.
Well, actually, I bet out 50 on the flush draw.
It's disgusting.
You should let us out. Like that.
It's disgusting.
I bet the $50.
Chips.
Sure.
It's disgusting.
They both checked the flop. Let me get the club. They both checked the flop. I get my pair on the turn.
Disgusting. It's disgusting.
Yeah, like
By 300.
300 behind.
It's disgusting. 200.
200 behind.
How much behind?
200 behind. 300 behind.
either one of you bet that flop, I don't call. It had nothing to it. What? Yeah, nothing. They hit the straight on the flop.
We both flopped the nuts.
We both flopped the nuts.
That's good.
At the end, man. Waiting.
I bet the turn.
That's disgusting.
20.
What do I tell you every single time?
Flash cards. 7 a diamond.
Chips, please. Still want chips.
He deserved it.
All dead.
200 behind.
Somebody made a 7.
Unbelievable. I should have played my rush then.
Bet is 50.
Call.
Call. Call.
100.
400.
And that's 7. You had the 7 too, right? We both had 7.
Then 7.
I had 7-3.
Wow. The two didn't scare you, huh?
Thank you for 7. So.
The watch.
It's a watch?
Thank you. Take it. Blind, please.
Thank you.
He really couldn't put up what he had to do.
You have the rest of your chips I just sent.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you. Thank you. Whenever you need me, call me.
You guys, you want to wait?
Sure. No, I'll go.
Play?
What were you playing, sir?
Get him in.
500. Just filling up the table.
Say something.
Let me get
I want to see you get in trouble with this, Sam.
Raise for 25.
How does it raise to 25? 20 more. 25, 2. And the rest of the cards. Alright, we got 3 players in.
Check.
Cocktails, anyone?
More big one. One cocktail, sir? Did you ask for cocktail?
No. I did? I didn't hear it, so.
25?
Somebody turn off that sound.
Vibration.
I'm going to. I don't want to touch it now in the hand so nobody says anything. That's the reason why I'm not touching.
50?
Yes, 50. $45, $49. Turn them up, I can't.
This thing looks like. Monster.
Thank you.
Will he win it?
Ace king.
Ace king?
Raise.
2 players.
That is 35.
35? Call.
Lines, please.
And we are back. Dave Tuckman joining me off of a quick win at this $200 table. How are you doing tonight, Dave?
I'm doing well now.
Saw a couple of interesting things. Obviously, you and I talk a lot of strategy outside of the booth.
Yeah.
Talking about the value of a mini raise. I don't know if some of the players noticed that you kind of raised it to 20 with 3-5 of diamonds from the button. And of course, what that allows you to do, I was saying, is bet in maybe $30 into an $80 pot as opposed to betting in $30 into a $30 pot, right,
exactly.
And taking it down.
Well, especially this table's somewhat tight and a little weak, where people they're pretty predictable. They bet their hands. They check when they don't have a hand. And I figure on the button, if anybody bets to me, I throw it away. If nobody bets, I can probably get a good steal in there.
Now, seat 2, he's raised to $45, got ace-king suited. Don't know if he's going to get called here by anyone. Doesn't look like it. Oh, no, seat 5 is in there with a king-jack. Wow, Dave. King-jack offsuit, early out of position, the small blind.
And they both miss it here.
You would think that ace-king's most likely going to take this down unless the guy in seat 5 tries to get tricky here. Looks like he bet 60 into about a $95 pot.
I was going to say, obviously, it's somewhat unethical, I think, to be commentating this and then go play in the game.
Right.
But I do enjoy actually playing in the game and then commentating. Cause it's interesting now that I do have a feel for most of the players at the table. And now to actually see their whole cards is really interesting.
Now I was going to bring up the point where you got tricky one hand with King 9 versus Ace Queen, and Rags flopped, and we saw you check raise the guy and got Ace Queen to get away from the hand. Check raise from up front.
Yeah, well, it looked like when he raised me and then he bet pretty weak on the flop, it looked like he didn't have much to me. So figured a big raise might win it, and it did.
And then, of course, was that other hand when you called with King 4 off suit against seat 6 with pocket aces. And I asked you beforehand, I thought the bet was actually smaller on the flop because I figured that you could take odds to hit 2 pairs or trips.
Yeah, well, I actually looked at it. I was trying to count it, and in that case, I had said if she had bet 40, I probably would have called her, but she bet 65, and the pot was only 30, and she only had about $550 left. And even though I covered her, I didn't think it was worth it. And I thought there was a slight chance she might even have kings. I figured in my mind she did that aces, kings, or queens.
Wow, seat 2's flopped a nut straight here. And I think he had put a little mini raise in there, the 15 pre-flop, and he's going to flat call as seat number 7 bets just with a gut shot. Looks like he's the original better. And he gets called in 2 spots by seat 2 and seat 3. Both have got gut shots. Well, a deuce comes on the turn.
Yeah, seat 7 is somewhat passive. He usually only bets when he has it there, and there he put a bet in, but rarely will he fire twice unless he has it.
And now the made hand, the nut straight, bets 25 when it gets checked to him on the turn. And both players are going to mock. And he says, I should have checked it, but I really don't agree with that. Again, Dave, for many different reasons. And I was discussing with you yesterday, and I had posted up on kind of a 2+2 conclusion post about giant hand last night between the fellow in seat 5 and the lady in seat 4, about how sometimes, when you flop nut straights, when you turn a full house, it seems like checking is the best move because you can't be beat, and your hand is strong enough to slow play, but there are action killer cards that can come. Where if you don't get money in on that street, people are like, well, you can always make up for your bet in no limit. It's not like limit.
Right.
But in some cases, you can lose out when an action killer comes on another street.
And there are times, especially when you're playing against players, the same players over and over again, there are times to slow play, obviously. You can't always play your hands the same way.
Right.
But oftentimes, if you slow play, you'll still win the hand, but you're totally right. You kill the action.
Yeah.
And you were explaining the hand last night where the third spade came on the river.
Right.
And should have been an action killer, but he got paid off anyway.
Well, I think he had made such an overbet that she thought that he was just full of it. And it worked kind of like a reverse psychology thing.
I guess so.
Yeah. Well, 8-5 deuce. 2 diamonds. Now seat number 8 there is going to lead with top pair.
2 players.
He looks like he gets called in one spot by seat 5. Boy, Dave, seat 5 kind of looks like a live one. He's called with a king 6. And he's picked up a flush draw now. Calls a $20 bet on the turn. River's a 6. 8-9 still got the best hand, but probably is going to shut him down a bit.
Right.
No, it doesn't. Looks like he bet again. Didn't even slow him down. He made a value bet.
I like the bet.
8.
He's going to take it down. That's one thing that some people might ask me. They're wondering, did you put her on aces or kings? Obviously, I was joking around with her. I go, what do you have? She told me pocket deuces, and obviously I'm not putting her on deuces. And I put her on something like that, and especially on the... And in fact, for 2 reasons, I'll say why I play that hand. First of all, I was joking around with her. I go, hey, do you want to call? I want to kind of portray, when I'm playing at a table, even though I'm a professional and I'm playing poker for a living, I want to portray that we're here to have fun, we're here to gamble up a little bit, and I want to keep that loose image going around. I don't want anybody for a second to think, hey, I'm here to make money. I don't want anybody to get serious, and I want to keep that nice, light, gambling, fun atmosphere,
And one of the other things that an astute player could notice was when she had made the nut straight on you and you had limped in with jacks that hand, she raised. Now, you might have put it on her draw, so you put a little feeler bet in on the turn when a blank came on the turn, and she raised again, and you quickly mucked. I loved your bet there to feel where you are, but kind of get a feel for that type of player.
Right.
That she's got kind of the goods there. I don't know, one of the other things that you noticed, too, is that she had only flat called with ace-king in a hand previous that she had won.
Exactly.
Had been limping in with ace-queen, ace-king the entire time. So when
this time she raised $20 under the gun, so I go, okay, she's got a big, big hand.
Yeah. Well, 9-10 king, 2 diamonds.
Okay. Right. Okay. There you go.
Now you check.
Yes.
And looks like it gets checked around. Deuce of hearts comes on the turn. Now, Dave, you didn't get a chance to play with seat 5, right? You just took your seat.
I did not. He took my seat. Yeah.
30.
Well, seat number 9 is going to bet on his 10 now, second pair.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Daniel.
Well, it's pretty predictable. I mean, he checks it on the flop because he doesn't love the flop. But then when everybody checks it twice to him, he goes, okay, maybe my 10's good now. And one of the reasons I think sometimes people go, why would you call a bet also if you know somebody's got aces? Well, I also look at her stack and I go, wow, she's got about $600 here.
Oh, yeah.
If I get a magical lucky flop,
Yeah.
I might be able to, break her and double up there for just only $15.
And if you had hit, like I said, let's say she had made it 40 and you'd hit 2 pairs or trips, how would you have played it? Would you have bet right in again?
Oh, without a doubt.
You would have bet, you wouldn't have tried to check raise?
Well, like you said before, when I bet with my pocket jacks and she raised me with the nut jack 9, I figured she'd do the same thing again.
Yeah.
And that way, if I bet like $50 into the pot, she raises it up to $150, then I move in, and now she's stuck.
I wonder if she would have called. You never know. We haven't seen her have that type of decision.
Exactly.
That's
Then,
Toshika there.
Who knows? But definitely one of the decisions that kind of also made me fold it was I figured she had aces, kings, or queens, and I'm only scared that what if I hit my king and it gave her a set of kings,
Seat 1 has gone all in. He's on the short stack here. Looks like maybe he might have $25 or $30 left. After
probably get a call out of seat 8 here.
Bunch of limpers. He's got the Sammy Farhar cigarette, the unlit cigarette in his mouth.
Yeah.
One. No, seat 8's not going to call.
No, that's seat 7.
You got
Oh,
19.
seat 7 marks the jack 9.
Yeah.
39? 20. Total more.
Because he's definitely getting odds if he puts the guy on a couple of high cards.
Without a doubt.
Yep.
There's enough money in the pot to call that. That's a good flop for 8s here.
And 8's is going to take it down.
Show it's all in. Show.
Okay, show.
It always amazes me, Dave, how some people they don't like to show their hands that are nothing. And in some of my earlier days of playing in poker, especially in limit, when someone didn't show me their hand, or I would just flip over the winning hand. Well, now I wait to do it in turn. And a lot of times, again, especially in limit, if it gets checked to you in last position, some people will just turn their hand over. Well, why not check and see what the other people have?
Yeah, no, definitely, especially in this game, obviously it's not quite as important. So I don't know how many of these players are actually really, paying attention to other players. But I personally like to see, what does a guy move all in with? What does a guy call an all in with?
Right.
You do get some information on that.
Small blind. You want the big blind, sir? Sir. Do you want the small blind?
Once again, we are live at the bike. This is unscripted, unrehearsed, unedited. We are watching a $200 buy-in, no-limit game. The blinds are 3 and 5.
Go short.
And we had streamed the final table of our free roll tournament the first hour of the show.
Was that kind of a move all in fest?
You know what? We figured it was going to be because of the size of the blinds compared to the chip stacks. But people played it extremely passive, and they started getting tricky with raises and raising it to 2 times the big blind when they only had maybe another 2 times the big blind left. So
really?
We actually saw some play. And saw some heads-up play, too,
That's
which was
interesting.
really surprising.
You actually saw some flops.
Yeah.
25.
And very predictable here. I mean, the button bets when he has top pair.
Mm-hmm.
No call yet.
And I was telling the audience, Dave, that actually something that you had clued me into, that some of the final tables on some of these WPT events, in order to see more play, they will actually lower the blinds.
Yeah, exactly.
Going into the final table, and a lot of people don't realize that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
They'll lower the blinds and sometimes even give more
escalate the level.
Escalate the level in terms of how many minutes per round.
Right.
Because being all in and all in is exciting, but you want to see some strategy and you want to see how people can play it. And moving all in is not much strategy. There's no bluffing. There's no.
Go ahead. 3 players.
I was actually talking to Denny, and he said that the next time we have a tournament on here, final table, he might do the same. So we'll see.
Well, we've seen 3-way action here. It looks like seat 9's got ace-jack. And he's going to bet, and he's going to take it down.
That takes it down. And this is, I got to be honest, I do love action tables, but this is one of my favorite kind of tables to play at. I bought it for $200. I cashed out for about $720. 725, and it just, to me, it's the easiest kind of table.
Well, and I said that I think that the best games in this casino, I said specifically the 3-5 because it seems to me that every 3-5 table I sit down, people are playing scared.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of times you can sit into a 2-game and it's like this too. But sometimes a 2-game can be pretty wild, and you've got some players on there that know what they're doing.
Hey, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Well, you're playing with the same basic crew of players, but now you're upping the stakes.
Right.
And when you up the stakes, you're still comfortable playing at that level, but they're not.
Yeah. Ace, queen, queen here, and seat 6 has got ace 10, and she's going to lead right out.
Any calling hands, of course, sir. You're more than welcome to see those hands.
And everyone's going to muck. She takes it down. And she's played, and you know, the funny thing is, Dave, as we talk about how at these restricted buy-in tables, straightforward poker is the best poker. She's played pretty straightforward, and look, she's racking up the chips.
Yeah, I mean, I was playing it before. Obviously, I came to the table with about $500.
Yeah.
I mean, you just want to see a lot of flops in late position, you know. And if everybody checks to you, they're pretty much telling you they don't have anything, you know. But yes, definitely straightforward poker will usually win you a lot of money.
Gary under the gun here has got pocket queens. He's going to raise it up to 20.
And raise it to 25. Huh?
Looks like seat 5 left the table.
$5. You go $5 to seat 9. You go $5 to seat
It's funny. Some people will look at a table like this and go, "Well, there's no action, no. Why do you want to play a game like this?" I mean, I was only in the game for about 2 hours, and I won $500.
Yep.
And it's kind of like I kind of consider it like almost like an ATM machine. You're not going to win a lot. You can only take out 300 a night, but it's constant.
Well, Queens has got a call here from C2 with pocket deuces.
I like the call if he hits a deuce.
10-3-8.
And that's an easy flop to get away from. And seat 2, I think he's a good player, actually. He looked at seat 7 stack and figured it was worth taking a shot.
Now, if you're sitting there with a pocket pair, and this is where it can get sometimes tricky. Let's say, for instance, a low pocket pair there, and you've got a early position raiser who's raised to, let's say, about the standard size. You got pocket deuces, so you see a 10-3-8 flop, and the guy checks to you from up front. Do you like to take a free card, or does it totally depend on the player? And
it really depends on the player. I mean, because a player like seat 7, he's pretty predictable. He's going to bet if he has an overpair, and if he has ace-queen or ace-jack, he's probably going to check it.
So if he checked it to you, you would throw a bet in pocket deuces?
I think my pocket deuces are probably best. You know, and if he check raises me, okay, you got it.
Yeah.
If he check raises me, I'll put him on a set. Even better, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A player like seat 7, he's kind of one of those guys I'll look at and go, okay, if he's got an overpair, he's going to bet it. If he's got a set, he'll probably check raise me.
3 players.
Ace 3-6 on this flop. Three-way action.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take care of that later.
I love when I'm sitting.
Wow, look at this guy. He's going to make a move. He's going to bet with nothing on the button. And you would think he's probably going to get the best hand to lay down the hand with 5-6. Although I think I've seen this guy he made a call with second pair earlier in the night, Dave, that never got shown down.
Night and day?
Yeah.
Boy, it looks like he might be thinking about reaching for chips here.
This one would be yours.
Well, if he does it, he's going to win the hand. And this is what they call heart. You know, you add the heart to bluff.
Done.
Cash for that. All right. Good. Got 9, 11.
Well, he's going to lay it down. And the other player lays it down as well.
Hello. You do this unless you're from the bluffing game?
Well, the heart to bluff, Dave, we saw a big play last night. You know, when you talk about playing advanced poker, you're really talking about different levels, and I'm specifically talking about the hand that Barry in seat 6 called Gore's total bluff with the board paired, about a $2,000 bluff with not even top pair, just a pocket pair. And you said you had been talking to Gore, and Gore put him on that exact hand. Well, Barry knew that maybe Gore put him on that exact hand and said, well, maybe he's just doing this because he thinks that I can't call, so I'm going to call.
It's one of those things with Gore. I mean, if you play with a guy enough.
7-7-8 here. Ace-king against 8-10. 8-10 is checked.
I'm assuming he's going to check raise. Let's see.
How about check call?
Check call, okay.
Looks like it was about a $40 bet.
That's
Well, now he's
right.
picked up a pair, a flush draw, and a gut shot? No, excuse me, not a
No
gut
gut
shot.
shot.
No. And it goes check, check on the turn. River's a 9. That's yet another overcard, plus possibility of a club flush out there.
Yeah. And I actually like the check on the river. I would have liked to see a bet on the turn, to be honest with you there. But once you get to the river and the 9 of clubs comes out there, at that point you have really nothing to gain. You're only going to get called by a hand that can beat you.
And you might check to induce a bluff, and you're going to have to figure out if
Exactly.
the guy has a flush or not.
Well, everything else. I mean, if the guy has a queen, the guy has a 9, the
Yeah.
guy has a flush,
Yeah.
the guy has a 7, you're beat. There's something you can beat.
And, you wonder if Daniel just, sometimes people just play it so straightforward they don't realize what they're representing. He checked the turn. Boy, if the guy's check calling with an 8 there, and then he checks to you on the river, a little bit difficult to put him on 7. He might have a 7 and be scared of the flush. But I think he could have taken that one away from him.
Oh, clearly, without a doubt.
Got to play that hand back in
Well,
your
that's what
head.
that's what this game is. This game is all just playing the players,
Yeah.
The reason the more I play it, the more I really enjoy it more than Limit, to be honest, just because there's just so much, the psychology is there. It's just, the game is a little more in depth, in terms of what's going on and what kind of moves you can make.
Ace, queen, deuce.
Wow, he checks his top pair there with the jack kicker.
40.
And now seat 7. He's going to bet with pocket 8s.
I like the bet. I didn't think he was capable of doing that, but I really like the bet on the button.
So he's going to check raise here, Dave.
Yeah. And this is a table where it's really hard to check raise because a lot of times you don't get the bet that you're looking for.
And 8s quickly lays down the hand.
But I like the fact that he went out there and he tried to take it away. Because it's going to work more often than it's not.
The funny thing is, depending on my mood, Dave, in my game selection, as playing a live no-limit cash game or a limit game. Now, I've played at the Bicycle Casino for a long time. I know a lot of the players. Sometimes when I'm feeling a little bit mentally lazy and I don't want to pay attention as much, well, hey, I can sit down at a limit table where I know how everyone plays and really not necessarily have to really pay attention to the game at all.
Yeah.
I
see where you're going there, without a doubt.
And,
obviously you want to pay attention in every game you play, but
right.
There's less of a premium in it in limit.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's not a bad flop for ace king of diamonds.
Not at all. Overcard.
Now, king, there's also an open-ended straight draw with king 10. Seat 1's got the open-ended straight draw.
And he has bet $20.
Everybody's got a little piece of this.
Seat 7's going to call with second pair.
Seat 9's got top pair, and he's going to call too.
Seat 7, actually, he's got the flush draw, and he had just called.
And
wow,
the
and there's the
flush comes.
diamond.
He also had the straight draw as well.
Yeah, gut shot. And overcards. Now he bets.
And how much did he bet there?
It's like maybe 15? Oh, 20.
$20. Oh, that's a nice bet.
First time in
It's a nice, okay.
1,000 times I did.
Maybe I'll get a call.
First time.
Everybody else is drawing dead.
3 players.
Three-way action. Well, the river's an ace.
Ooh. Seat 1 just made it straight.
Wow.
50.
And he's going to bet $50.
Nice bet.
Show.
Flush is going to take it down. The only question I have there, Dave, is
what?
Why would you call the turn if you were afraid and you were going to check call the river when your straight card came with 3 diamonds out there?
I don't know.
Do you see where I'm going there?
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
I can't give you an answer though. To me, if you have king 10, you're going for a straight there, and you don't have a diamond in your hand.
Yep.
And you're drawing real slim.
Because and then of course one of the cards,
20.
You could pick up your straight card that's a diamond, and then you really have no idea. And now that guy just picked up a straight card that wasn't a diamond, and he still checked it.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things. To me, if I'm going to go for a draw, I want it to be a draw that when I hit it, I can be aggressive with it and really make a lot of money off it. I don't want to hit my draw and then still be scared.
3 players.
Well, we're going to see three-way action here times 20. It's a $60 pot. Wow. Seat number 5 flopped a full house right away.
Yeah.
And
this is not a bad flop for anybody.
It's got a flush draw.
We've got a jackpot possibility here.
If we see a king of clubs.
King of clubs is a jackpot here.
Wow, and seat 9 goes all in. Oh, no.
No, that's actually fine, because you're certainly going to get a call from ace jack.
And then maybe queen 10 figuring that...
the problem is queen 10... see, the problem with the call, with the moving all in with jack 9 here, I understand the pot is $60, but you're only going to get called by an ace.
110.
I guess if nobody has... Well, of course he's going to call.
Well, there really is no reason to raise here, right, with the guy to the left.
You don't want to raise. You want to keep him in.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't realize that the other guy's drawing him, actually drawing a live for a king of clubs.
And I don't think that king of clubs is dead, so it's still there.
Come on, king of clubs.
Boy, if the queen 10 mucks and we see a king on this board, Dave, it's going to be brutal. It's going to be absolutely brutal.
He's got a straight draw. I mean, he can't put a guy in a full house right away.
Yeah, he's got a straight draw and a flush draw.
And with that much money in the pot and 2 callers, he's got the odds to actually call here, believe it or not.
He's going to call.
Beautiful.
So let's root for that king of clubs, people out there.
King of clubs, we got thousands of dollars
King
here.
of clubs, we got the jackpot.
Come on, king of clubs.
One too many.
Hit it.
Turns a 4 of hearts.
I hope the guy in seat 5 checks it. There's no reason to bet here.
No, he is going to bet. He's going to bet a small amount.
Oh, 65. 65, you still have the odds to call.
Wow,
here.
if he bets him off this hand, Dave, this is unbelievable if that king comes.
Well, he doesn't realize that, obviously. He doesn't realize that a king is no good. And a club is no good.
Anyway.
If I'm seat 5, I actually give the guy $30 so he calls.
I don't know if that would disqualify for the jackpot.
Just kind of like hinted to him then somehow.
Hey, he's going to call.
He's going to call. Come on, give him the king of clubs.
Come on.
Oh! It would have been the jackpot, Dave.
It would have been. And the jackpot is, so everybody knows at home, the jackpot is aces full of 10s or better, has to lose to 4 of a kind or better. Both cold cards have to play.
Chip.
Oh, wow.
We needed the king for the...
Chips. There's a close-up of Tim there. Quite a handsome guy, I must say.
The king.
And his kicker's not
Brian, 100 on that.
Hey, if you have any questions or comments about anything, please email us at live@thebike.com. We do look at them. We do answer them. If you'd rather check out a forum, then you can check out 2 plus 2, spelled out, 2plus2.com, and find our thread.
David, I made one of my first, I think it was the first time I've ever made in a live game.
One of them had the full house.
I made a 2-card royal flush in a 3-5 game last week.
Did you get paid off?
I did.
Oh, that's
and I think
great.
I could have even got paid off to the tune of more.
That's always frustrating when you realize you bet a lot at the end, and you realize that the other guy had a monster, and you could have got even paid off more.
We did.
That's what I was going for.
Seat 2 has my least favorite hand in the world, only because I've been eliminated from a couple of tournaments with that hand, forced to play it.
There's then queen.
Of course, the first one to show, right?
Well, the buttons picked up a flush draw.
Yeah.
What happened? They checked to me. I checked.
Let's see what he does. He's going to check. He's going to take the card. Turn is a 5. Well, you know, if it gets checked to me again here, Dave, a lot of times you say people just take the free card, but there is a big field. Do you think you can fire and take down the pot now? Or
without a doubt.
River's a 4.
Check, that means he checked once.
He missed the bet on the flop.
Yeah. Well, on the flop and on the turn, right?
Without a doubt.
Yeah. And now seat 9 is going to make a total bluff at the pot with Jack 8.
And this is the problem with the Adam mini raise here. I think he's bet about $20 to win like a $15 pot.
Right.
Which means he actually has to be right more than 50% of the time on that bluff for it to make it profitable. Now, we always talk, I know both of us are very strongly against slow playing hands, but when you flop aces full of jacks, it's the one time where I don't mind slow playing that hand.
Oh, of course.
The reason being, especially with the clubs out there, the reason being is you almost want somebody to hit their club. You want somebody to hit the straight. On top of that, with the jackpot, if I actually lose with aces full of jacks?
Yeah, you're going to win
Hey,
anyways.
that's fine too.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, seat 9, he's got pocket aces. He's going to raise to $20. And he gets called there. Several spots. $80 pot. Whoa. 6-8 deuce.
Wow, it's a monster flop for seat 8.
He's got the gut shot straight draw and the club draw with overcards.
And the straight flush draw.
Seat 9's going to bet.
And the 7 of clubs is live. This is a now he's had monster draws time and time again.
Now look at this. I was going to say, he's going to call here, Dave, and he might have the odds to call here. And look at this. He's hit his straight card. And now he's actually made a flush on the end.
He's hit everything.
If you can count the outs there with 2 cards to come, you're talking about 9 flush outs. Of course, he doesn't know if any of them are good or not.
9 flush outs plus 3 sevens.
9 flush outs plus 3 sevens. So you've got about 12
outs.
12 outs with 2 cards to come. So with redraws, you're a little bit of an underdog if you figure the guy for...
He's going to hit that about 40% of the time.
So he does have odds to call there, right, with that extra money in there?
Well, there's $80 in the pot, right?
Yeah.
$80 in the pot. The guy bet about 100.
Right.
So he's betting 100 to win 180.
Yeah.
So he's getting 1.8 to 1, and he's going to win that pot 40% of the time. So yeah.
So he had odds to call there. That's the one time where you couldn't put a lot of money in with your draws, right?
Well, that's a huge draw.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 12 outs 2 times.
I'm going to see 4-way action here. Eight, 3, 4 rag flop. And seat 1's going to bet on the 8, and he's most likely going to take it down. Now, the interesting thing about putting your money in when you have odds for your draws, sometimes in a tournament you don't want to do that because it's kind of the basic theory of, well, I can take a 50% chance here when I'm getting odds to do it, but it doesn't allow me to take even better odds later on down the line because if I lose, I'm broke. And it's the same thing with a story that you told a couple weeks ago about Chip Reese. If you're in a juicy cash game and you go broke, you can't play further on where you might be able to take more odds or a better chance of winning
without a doubt. Well, in a cash game, you want to take odds anytime you have the odds to play a hand, even if you're an underdog, but if you have the odds, if you play it if theoretically you play it the same way every single time, you will, and every single time you have positive expected value, EV, you will make money.
Pocket Jacks is going to raise here. He's going to make it 40. I would doubt that anyone's going to call here.
Yeah. But in a tournament, it's not about positive expected value. It's about survival.
Right.
And
in that unique case where you're in a cash game that you want to stay in, but if you happen to go broke, you can no longer play because let's say you don't have any more money on you, then it kind of fits into that as well, right?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
And you don't want to. But if we talk about having a limited thing, like in a tournament where you can't rebuy, or a cash game where you don't have money in your pocket to rebuy, well, you have to remember that even if I have, let's say I had pocket aces versus pocket queens, okay? And I played that once. Well, I'm a big favorite. But let's say I risked my chips. Let's say I did it 4 times, okay? Yep. And I risked my entire stack each time. I am not a favorite to win all 4.
Right.
I'm going to lose one of those 4 probably.
Right.
You know? Mm-hmm. Suddenly you become an underdog to win all 4.
Yep.
$3 got to come off the table, right?
Even though theoretically you only lose that 1 out of 5 times.
C1 has pulled the, what I like to call the Dave Tuckman move, limping in with a big pocket pair from up front, but he doesn't get the raise, though.
He's not quite up front and Lau. Whoa. Puffs is set.
Set of aces.
And seat ace got a small draw.
He's going to bet $20. Seat 7 is open, and if there ever was a scary board for aces, it probably is Ace Queen 10 with a double suit in there. Now this is a rainbow board.
Yeah.
Turn is an 8.
Wow, now he's picked up a draw. A jack gives him a straight.
And it goes check, Dave, it looked like there. Wow. How does aces check the turn in position there, Dave?
Go ahead.
What's this for?
It's up to you. Don't worry about what's going on over here.
I mean, we're not even talking about having a made full house there.
Is this right? Yeah.
Wow, what a souvenir. It only costs you about $500 to get one. Yeah, hopefully you get $800 in the pin. Right? 500. Yeah, if you lose.
There's some more on the table over there, so you can pick one.
And he's bet maybe $40 here in the end. And he's not going to get called.
You know, sometimes
and he doesn't get any more money out of it, Dave.
You know, sometimes people see a set, especially a set of aces, and they just think it's completely indestructible.
Is it me? No.
And
my big blind?
Yeah, would you like a hand?
You know, they don't see anything else that anybody else could possibly have. They go, I've got a set of aces. How could I possibly lose?
There you go. Perfect.
We got a couple of new players coming in there. Seat 5. Well, we've already said seat 5 is Gabe, but seat 6 is Albert. There. And seat 9 is Tim.
Tim in seat 9 and Albert in seat 6. Sounds good.
And Albert is posted behind the button, so he's got money in there already.
There you go.
Go ahead.
And wow, the big blind's got ace king suited, Dave, and he checks it in the big blind with all that dead money in there.
Wow.
Deuce 3-6 on the flop.
See, I don't mind the play as long as you're smart enough now that you see this flop, you get away from it.
I just think that ace king suited is a little bit too good, Dave. I want to get some people out. I know it's a little bit difficult to play out of
I
position.
agree with you, but I if you're going to slow play it, that's fine as long as you look at a flop like this that it's completely. I mean, it's a terrible flop for your hand. There's nothing there.
He's actually bet $10, and he's going to get called in 2 spots.
Well, he's going to get called. You know, seat 9. Tim's actually got top pair.
And
now Tim's got second pair with a straight draw.
Seat 7. I don't know what he's doing in there with king 9 from the button. He's going to muck now. And like you said, seat 5. He's got the pair and the gut shot.
Yeah. And he's going to raise it up. I like the raise here. Nice play.
Wow, an ace king calls, dude.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, the turn is a deuce.
That's no help. And this is a mistake that a lot of inexperienced no limit players will make. It's one thing to limp in with big pocket pairs or ace king especially, but when you miss your hand completely and the flop doesn't hit you, get away. I mean, you saw me. I limped in with jacks. It didn't get raised. I go okay.
Yeah. You put a feeler bet out there for information,
and then I get away from it when I realize I'm beat.
Yeah.
An ace king there, you've got to realize that you don't have anything.
Yeah.
I would have rather. I mean, he threw away about $50 or $60 after the flop and the turn. I would have rather seen him bet $50. Probably would have taken it then right then, before the flop. I'm saying.
Chip values in this game, of course, the yellow chips are $5 chips and the blue chips are $1 chips. Seat number 4 is going to come in with a raise with pocket jacks. He's going to get. Well, now seat 1's got ace king again, and he's just going to call again. Might have liked to have seen him push. He only has about $40 left there, Dave. Well, he's hit at the top pair. Let's see how he plays it.
The problem with this also is, again, he would have gotten called by jacks had he moved in, and he would have made money. Now jacks are going to throw it away.
Yep.
Now he makes no money on his ace king.
30.
And this is one of these unique situations, as I also say, Dave, when you are almost all in, say you've got $30 or $40 left, and you have got top pair or a very strong hand, in that case, I like to check to the guy that's made the raise, and then go all in and check raise all in.
Because he has to call you.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Now, he just scared the players away there.
He gets big slick back-to-back times, and his net gain is actually minus about $50,
Yep.
And remember, you're only going to flop an ace or a king on the flop 1 out of 3 times. So he did okay there. One time he flopped the king, the other time he got nothing.
25.
Seat 8 has made it 25 to go. He's got pocket 9s.
And that's pretty much the secret to poker, you know what I mean? Make money on the hands you're going to win, and don't lose money on the hands you lose.
Player with $25 in front of him.
There's a couple of pocket pairs in here. I can see pocket 7s and pocket 6s.
I hate to simplify it like that, but it really is sometimes real simple.
You mean we're going in a circle?
Oh, actually, seat 6 had 6-5. So.
6-5, okay.
But the pocket 7's mocked in seat 4. Wow, and you $25, he definitely has enough money there, Dave.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
To play that hand.
I'm surprised. And like I said, I'm a big fan of seeing a lot of flops and, outplaying people on the flop. And in that case, he definitely could have. And once again, the buy-in for this game is a $200 buy-in, unless you go broke, of course. If you get it knocked down to the felt, or if you're knocked down below $100, you can actually rebuy for $300. You can also rebuy for less, which is called a short buy.
Well, we've seen a pot here limped around. King Jack is picked up, and he's checked the top pair again, Dave.
We've seen him do that before.
Wow.
He likes to check raise when he gets top pair.
And you got to figure that's what he's going to do. And C1's going to bet on second pair here.
20.
And sure enough, he check raises.
And like you said, Dave, I don't really like that at this table because the chances that someone's going to bet behind you are slim.
It's funny, too. It's happened twice for him, and it's worked out both times.
But now he's got the flush draw with the king of diamonds in his hand.
Yeah, he's got a real big hand here. And he checks it.
Wow. I think this guy's got the check raise itis, Dave.
Yeah.
And he's going to bet here.
And now he bets when he actually can be beat. I mean, there's a one-card straight out there. Obviously, we know he's not beat.
Outside, there's no parking.
It doesn't.
The time he bet there would have been on the turn. He might have gotten called by 9-7, especially with the 7 of diamonds.
I just think that it's... people really think that they're tricky when they check raise, Dave.
Yeah.
You know. But anyways, getting back to that fact that you said, aces, four, jacks, it really is proper to slow play, and I agree with you. The thing I like to tell beginning players, is that never slow play. That's what I tell beginning players, because the times that it is proper to slow play are so far and few between in this particular game that you can't really go wrong by not slow playing, because the times that you want to get tricky, usually it's not correct to do
Without
so.
a doubt.
You know?
And I can give you an example, even where the guy had aces full of jacks, where you could
15.
slow play yourself to get killed. Let's say,
Yeah.
so for example, somebody else had an ace.
Uh-huh.
And now the turn comes a river. The turn comes a club.
Yeah.
The river comes a club. Suddenly there's 4 clubs on the board.
Yeah.
And the other guy doesn't have a club. Suddenly you might have killed your action.
Yeah.
You're not going to lose the hand.
Right. Or
but
kill your action, though, right?
Kill your
Yeah.
action. There's
Yeah.
a chance there, obviously.
Yeah.
Five players.
We're going to see 5-lay action here. Queen 3-5.
Seat 2 on the button. He's got the best hand, it looks like, right?
You know about putting your cards on the window like that?
Yeah, I already did.
And new player in seat 8 there, Will. He's going to bet with ace high. He's going to bet $10. Gets the button to muck, second pair. Seat 4 mucks.
2 players.
Well, Will has got a gut shot straight draw. He calls. Albert, excuse me, in seat 6.
30. No call.
And I hate to stereotype guys by the way they look, but you can sometimes it does give away a little bit. You look at him; he looks like kind of like a loose, aggressive player, somebody that might mix it up, And sure enough, you see him; he bluffs right away in the first 10.
Needs a little bit of a haircut. You mean? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah. Well,
How about this? Another adage for some new players, Dave.
Yeah.
When you have the nuts, and I'm talking about the nuts are close to the nuts, and you're in one of the last positions, and you are at a passive table, put money in the pot. And I'm talking about the nut flush, the nut straight, because no one's going to make a move at you on the turn where you think that slow playing, well, I've got someone. Right? Put some money in the pot.
Well, yeah. Generally speaking, obviously, every situation you have to look
differs,
at.
Right?
Yeah,
right.
but in your case, you're completely right there. You've got to bet your own hand. Sometimes it's also important to build up the pot a little bit. Throw a $15 bet in there, because if the pot is so small that nobody feels like it's worth fighting for, well, then you're not gonna get anybody to make a bad call anyway.
Right. King 3 deuce rainbow.
Seat 1's got a wheel draw there.
And it gets checked around, and there's the wheel right there. 4 comes off on the turn.
And I don't think anybody really has a... seat 8, Williams got the 6-7 draw.
He's got the over to the gut shot.
Hey, seat 5 is betting his pair of 2s.
He's all in. 14 to call. 14? Yes, sir.
And I got to be honest, this is one of those times for $14, even for $14, I throw it away.
Because we haven't seen a guy make the move, really. He's just kind of.
I mean, I understand you might have pot odds there, but that's just throwing money away because you can't be. There's no card out there that's going to help you.
And the wheel's going to take it down.
It's great.
Sweet.
Lines close.
There's sometimes you and I right now were debating about calling on the river sometimes when the pot is so big you just feel like you have to. And
usually like in a limit game.
Right, and generally that practice is probably right 95% of the time. But the 5% of the time that the other guy can't possibly be bluffing.
Yeah.
Well, don't throw away that extra $30.
Well, especially in limit is really talking about saving and making value bets.
Right.
So if you don't, if you save that bet, well, that's the good hourly for the 20-40 game. You save a $40 bet, right?
I'll give you a good example of a hand I played last night. Right after this hand.
Where we're going to see five-way action here. It's been limped around again.
Right.
5-6 jack rainbow.
Check.
No one's got a jack here. It looks that pocket nines, Albert in seat 6 has the best hand.
15.
Seat 2's going to throw out on bottom pair with an overcard, king 5.
Once a day, why not?
And pocket nines is going to check call.
Two players.
We haven't heard much from seat 2 here. So.
Oh, seat 6 has got 9-8, Dave,
okay.
not pocket nines. Change that up here a little bit. So he's just got a gut shot.
Well, he actually has more outs.
And the turn is a 10.
Now he's got even more outs. But he doesn't hit.
He was double gutted there for a second, right? 8, 9, 10, jack.
Yeah,
Queen
exactly.
or 7.
Queen or 7 would have done it for it. So there's a hand last night. I had pocket aces, and I got a heads up with a player who had ace king. I found out later.
Mm-hmm.
The flop had come out king 5-5 rainbow. Okay, we put in 5 bets on the flop in a shorthanded game. On the turn, I bet out straight when a random like a 9 came out.
Yep.
He raised me. I said, okay, if you got the 5, you got me. I called him.
Yep.
Then on the river, a king came.
Uh-huh.
Okay? At this point, I checked, he bet, and I could fold, knowing there's nothing I could possibly beat.
With your aces.
Right.
Absolutely.
And sure enough, he showed me ace-king.
Yeah.
Because I'm going, if he has the 5 already, he had me, and now if he had the king, he had me.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing I can beat. There was no draw, there was no nothing.
Right.
And even though the pot was very big,
you saved that extra bet there.
I wanted to call, but I knew I couldn't.
Well, it's been limped around again. We got a 9-3 queen. Seat 2 has got an open-ended straight draw. But seat 3 is going to put money in here with ace high. He's got ace 10.
Hey, the table's starting to loosen up a little bit, huh?
It's up to Morrow in seat 2. We haven't heard a lot from him. Is he going to make a move here, Dave?
Well, he's got an open-ended straight draw.
Wow, he mucks.
Wow.
The bet wasn't that big. It looked like a $10 bet. Oh, $10 bet?
You subscribe to the archives?
The rabbit cam is a jack of spades.
I'm amazed.
And the river is a queen.
I'm amazed he folded that.
Wow. What's that? You can go on and log on and see all
Maybe
the
he
hands
didn't see
everyone
it.
played for the small little fee.
I'm not sure. Because we saw the cards and they were right.
Usually people don't miss the open-ended ones.
Yeah.
It's the double gutters.
The double gutter they don't miss, but yeah,
Go on for 1
shocking.
month. You can view everything for 1 month.
But it is important. People will play poker, and sometimes they get so frustrated they just throw their money in the river, even though they know they lost. And like you were saying, it's really important not to throw that extra money and just throw it away. Even if you are there to have a good time. Who wants to throw $40
but you can go back to this day and see this game.
Albert, on the button, has got pocket queens.
It takes about 2 days before this one will come up.
Yeah, a couple of red ladies there on the button.
Literally see every hand that was played.
Watch every hand you played, and
Wow.
how well or how poorly you played it.
Wow.
And Tim's talking about the
How
archives.
well the other person
And usually
played.
there's about a 2 or 3 day delay, Dave, on the newer shows coming up.
3
You
players.
get a small raise out
Gotta
of the
make you
button,
mad and play
$15.
bad the next time.
And that's a trouble flop for seat 7 there.
And he's played pretty straightforward, and he's
Yeah.
going to bet out $10 with the jack.
Well, it's a nice bet. He wants to see where he's at. He's actually a $20 bet.
About $20 bet.
He wants to see
Chips
where...
are a little stuck
Yeah,
together
exactly.
there.
The pot's
Yeah.
45 right now.
Well, I'm going to put it all in right for
I like the play there.
Well, he doesn't have much money, so it's...
50 more to you.
Well, it's...
If you had a lot more money, you don't want to do it, but...
Yeah, I wonder if you might flat call or try to get the guy to bet into you again, but...
Let's see it.
Again, when you're talking about being almost all in.
Yeah, I actually really like to play that, to be honest. Because if a scare, you don't know what the other guy has, and let's say a queen or an ace hit the turn, that might kill his action.
Well, yeah, there you go. It's a good point again, where it's almost calling there is kind of a slow play, but you're getting tricky because you don't want to lose your action because you're going to be all in, but you've got action killers again over cards that can come.
Seat 7, he plays it so straightforward. He bets, you know he's got the jack. Okay.
Every time I come here, I think, I wish there were more hot girls dressed like cowboys.
Yeah, we've actually got a tequila night tonight,
Tonight's my lucky night.
and all our cocktail waitresses are dressed in jeans and t-shirts. I think that's what they're referring to, instead of their normal cocktail waitress garb.
Well, seat 5 has got a queen 10 of diamonds.
Sorry.
It's okay, bro.
So Tim was talking about those archives here. You can actually subscribe to the archives at
put the 5
www.thebike.com. Click on the on-demand banner, and for literally about 50 cents a day, you have access to this show, all the past shows, future shows, plus you get access to a Howard lettered instructional Hold'em DVD. It's really a great value if you want to improve your poker
Cards
game.
over the window, bro.
Wow.
This is what he's raised in.
Queen 10. And seat 8 is the one that's moved here, right, Dave?
I think so. I might have missed the action there, but I thought it was. I think he check raised him that much more with a pair of sevens. No,
it was the opposite. Okay, that makes sense. It looks like the bet was in front of the 7, so.
I think Brian was just showing it to him.
Yeah.
And today, actually, everybody saw the tournament. That was a free roll tournament for all the people that played for free on thebike.com. And I'm sure we'll have more of those, so you can play for free at www.thebike.com. We give away hundreds of dollars, all for free.
Well, the guy that won $1,000, and he won a computer. So.
That's not bad.
No, not at all.
Upside, that, negative, nothing. Wow. Kind of wondering why I didn't play.
You only needed 10 bike points. And we'll be doing those tournaments periodically every...
So often.
So often. Probably maybe in 2 months after the mini-series.
Oh, great. A mini-series of poker.
Chop, chop.
Seat 9's got 10s here in the small blinds.
Well, guy said chop chop.
He said chop this.
25 total.
And actually, Dave, I've seen more and more people not chop in no-limit games. So, wow, King 9 suited's going to call
And that's
here.
an ego thing. You know, he looked at it and said, oh, he's not going to chop?
How about right now with this flop? Ace, ace, jack.
Bet 30.
Now, this is one of these cases where, Dave, if the chip stacks were deeper, I might call with King 9 to see what happens in position on the turn.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. I'm not really drawing to anything, but I'm just going to see what happens, right?
You're just drawing to make a move.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I had
Let
a
me take
big
your
hand. I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
Let me take your money.
I chop, but not that hand. I love that. I love when people do that.
Well, I actually told somebody that I don't chop, and they said, even if you have 5 deuce offsuit?
I didn't realize you.
And I go, well,
yeah.
I kind of have to be consistent. I'm either going to chop or not chop.
Right.
But to be a successful poker player, you really got to check your ego at the door. You know, calling
Raise
King 9 of clubs, calling a raise with King 9 of clubs is
I knew it was heads up, but I didn't realize it.
not usually worthwhile unless you can make a move afterwards.
4 players.
Guy did have position on him, and obviously it's not the best hand.
But unless you're going to use your position.
Yeah.
Wow, we got 2 people with 6s here.
Oh boy, 6 deuce 6. And the one with seat 6 is check the 6 up front. Seat 2 is check the 6 up front. And seat 7 is bet with pocket 3s.
Hey, well, that's not a bad flop for pocket 3s. You figure, hey, if nobody's got a 6, I got the best hand.
Now let's see if this guy check rate. Oh, jeez. Flat calls.
Well, how about if a 3 comes on the river on turn here?
Man. No, it's a queen. Look at this. The 6 checks up front. Now Albert goes all in with the 6.
129.
He's going to get called. Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
I have a 6.
So does
I got
he.
a 6 too.
Think you're good?
And he needs a...
129. 129.
And now he's going to take it down there.
Takes it down. And I always tell people, I always warn people, you really got to, when that board pairs,
Yeah.
and you've got one of them, you really got to be cautious because your kicker might not be good. If somebody else is showing you a lot, they probably have the same one you have. And you were referring to the mini-series of poker. I just want to let everybody know, we have the mini-series of poker starting in June here. Pretty exciting. It actually mirrors the World Series of Poker, just for smaller buy-ins.
1/10 of the buy-in, I believe.
Pretty much 1/10 of the buy-in throughout. And it's great value. I mean, you can play $200 tournaments, $300 tournaments, all the way up to our mini-series championship, which is a $1,000 buy-in.
The funny thing about that trips hand that you said that sometimes you have to be aware of your kicker, the way that hand was played out, you've got to put the guy in seat 6 on a 6, right?
Raise 215.
I mean, there isn't a lot of money, and it is a restricted buy-in game, so you're going to call probably with the 6 there anyways. And obviously, you've got a mid-level kicker. He could have 5-6. So, it's...
It's tough to get away from. I can't say that I'd get away from it myself, but you definitely have to be aware of it.
Yeah.
3 players.
Especially someone that's just, like, say, casually called the flop and then shows a lot of strength on the turn, right?
I mean, it's not like everybody's oblivious to the fact that,
Right.
like in this case, nobody's oblivious to the fact there's 2 8s out there.
Right.
Everybody knows there's a chance that somebody has trip 8s.
Well, Gary's going to bet 40. He's got ace-10.
And seat 1 moved all in with the spade draw.
Yep. Turn is a 7. River is an ace.
Nice.
Gary's going to take it down.
So glad I jumped that 8.
Ends up having aces full of 8s.
8-3.
That's happy.
The other thing I got to be aware, you have to be aware of too, Dave, on a board in a big no-limit game, on a board where it's 2 paired, and the 5th card that isn't the 2 pairs is a higher card than the bottom pair, and you've got the top full house, be careful not to commit $10,000 into the hand, because you could be beat by, in that, like say that 7 was a 9 there. You could have ace-9 and have you beat if you just have an ace.
Oh, yeah.
Someone could also have quads. So, I mean, this is a very, very rare thing.
Right.
But you got to sit there and if someone makes a vast over bet, they could be stealing a little pot. But you've got to be really, really careful when you've got top full house on a 2-paired board. If there's something that can beat you out there.
Yeah, I mean, I never want to tell people to play careful poker
Yeah.
or scared poker, but at the same time, you do want to. Somebody makes a big bet into you. What a monster flop for seat 2, by the way. It's not the pair with a flush draw.
He's going to move.
Somebody 8.
No. The pair in the draw?
Oh, seat 3 actually moved all in with king 10 here.
No, seat 2. Seat 2's moved all in with queen 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to put your... Yeah.
Wait a minute. No. You were right. I'm sorry.
Seat 3 bet right away with this top pair.
Sorry, you were right. I'm sorry. I thought that
That's
seat
okay.
2, yeah.
It would be if I called, but I can't go.
And he doesn't realize the hand here. I don't think he realizes the value he has here. He's got a huge hand. Even if he puts the guy on a 10.
And he is going to call, Dave.
7 4 calls? Just go. At least you got the flush draw.
He got more than flush draw.
There's the flush.
And he hit 2 of his outs there. He hit the 7 and the flush.
Wow.
And that's got to be counted in there. I mean, obviously a queen would have been good,
Oh,
7
absolutely.
would have been good,
Absolutely.
or any heart.
I mean, if you can specifically put the guy just on top pair, then you...
He's actually got 3 outs. 3 outs for the queen, 2 outs for the 7.
You're almost, a little bit of an underdog.
Another 9 outs.
Yeah.
He's got 14 outs there, so almost even money.
Almost even money.
Okay, missed the order.
You got a misdeal here. And like I was saying, you don't want to play careful poker. I don't want to tell people to play scared poker. But at the same time, Howard Lederer always says this, and you can actually get this in the DVD that we have online if you subscribe. He always says, if I'm a little confused with what to do in the hand, I like to replay it from the start, almost put the rewind button in my brain and see how was it played.
Came another setup.
What happened? Did they raise pre-flop? Did they limp in? What's going on here? And if you do that, you can oftentimes put somebody on a specific hand.
What, you went up and then lost it 2 hands?
2 hands.
3 and 5.
What were you up?
6.
Really?
Not that much.
Dave, we actually got a question from someone on last night regarding the World Series of Poker. Or it might have been 2 nights ago, asking if we were going to play in the casinos only event. And I can tell you that Shirley yourself and I are all going to be playing in that event. We're all probably going to be in Vegas for that weekend.
Raise 18 total.
And hopefully we're going to have live at the bike garb on so that you can identify us pretty easily.
Well, I've actually got myself. I'm going to make a T-shirt for myself saying "My name is David," or maybe.
Is that like "My name is Jonas"?
Maybe I can get a Fryer. I can get a Fryer
from
tuck
last
hat.
night. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, if somebody in 2+2 can get me a Fryer tuck hat, they can send it to me. That'd be great. I'd wear it. I would definitely wear it at the World Series.
Well,
I like personally like visors, so a Fryer tuck visor would be perfect.
I like that number. Mikey, likey.
Seat 6 is bet on Ace 8, and look at that. Seat 4 is bet on Ace King, and Seat 6 is check called, the second pair. And Seat 4 looks like he's going to fire again with Ace King.
35.
He's going to bet 35.
Well, you can't check raise on the button, can
I was
you?
just going to say, yeah.
See what Albert does here. Yeah, he throws it away.
Guess he could have checked behind the guy and then raised him on the turn. That's another variation of that.
Well, we saw Jonas do it last night, where sometimes you might check it once and then do some bluff.
Yeah.
They know seat's open.
Just another way to play the hand, obviously.
I wonder if some people out there in 2+2 have an avatar for that. Friar Tuck a hat. Boy, that would take a while to come up with. But they seem to have something for everything else. So.
Yeah, well, I would need a visor.
Once again, would anyone like to see?
Oh.
Yeah, all you would need to do is just shave your head bald on top of your head. There you go.
Yeah, I'd rather not. I'd rather let nature take its course and give me 30 years before I can go bald, please.
Re-raise 40 total.
We've got a raise by seat 7. We've got a raise by seat 8, who's not showing us his cards, and we have a re-raise by seat 9, and we know that seat 9's got pocket queens. And seat 4 there, Eric, he's got ace king, and the action's on him.
Yeah.
So we don't exactly know what seat 8... Oh, seat 8's got aces, Dave.
Wow.
We see him now. He's got aces.
Seat 6 has actually got 6s also. I mean, this is a big hand. The makings of a big hand here. He's trying to think now, do I want a smooth call, see if I can hit my flop, or do I want to raise and see where I'm at?
Sometimes it's actually proper to muck this hand, Dave. And look, he is going to muck ace-king offsuit. A raise to a re-raise.
What was the re-raise to the queens?
I believe it was 70 or 80.
What, 200 there?
So
Yeah,
that's impressive.
You got the same.
And you got to be
You
aware
got
that obviously
everybody
seat 8 here, and seat 8's name is
Will.
Seat 8, the betting is still open. Seat 8 can re-raise, and you got to be scared of that. And I think that's why seat 4 rolled it as ace king.
And now seat 6 folds his pocket sixes.
I'll move all.
And now
Yeah.
and the aces is going to move all in.
And if somebody moves in all of that quickly, it screams it.
I'd love to see this guy get away from queens here. I just don't know if it can happen at this type of table, Dave.
Yeah, you'll see. You'll see. You saw me before move in with my queens.
Right.
139.
But calling it all in is different, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Especially a raise, and then you're moving. It's a re-raise of your re-raise.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
Well, it is only 135 more, only saying the guy's got 200 in front of him. But.
Yeah, there's $140 in the pot. Certainly not getting the odds.
I mean, is this guy going to... A lot of people aren't going to necessarily do this with the ace-king.
You got rockets, man?
And no one really does it with jacks either, right? I mean, you got to have some guts to do it with jacks or tens. Guy really screwed you that hand a couple nights ago when he did it with tens, but...
Yeah. It's generally been more in tournaments than it is in a live cash game, but hey. Queens are tough to get away from there. Pre-flop. I'll give seat 9 credit. He's thinking about it. How
about giving seat 4 credit for mucking ace-king offsuit?
Yeah.
You like that?
I
raise, re-raise, muck. Now he has got position.
Yeah, I call. And he calls. Well, his queens are live. We didn't see any queens.
One of the aces is dead.
You got it so far.
Yeah, queen comes.
Maybe.
So if he does hit a queen, the chance of that redraw is less.
Yes, definitely.
But I still like aces' chance here, Dave.
Yeah, I generally put my money with the aces.
Yeah. At least 3.5 out of 4 times, right?
I'm not going to say generally. I'm going to say all the time.
No, it's short $5.
Yeah.
I'm short?
So
There you go. Are we good now?
Yes.
And the flop.
Queen, baby, queen.
Okay, that's ace on the flop. Okay, that's 100 and 100.
Queen, right away,
Come on,
Dave.
ace.
So that redraw is not there. Only one ace left.
Would have come from behind.
Well,
Sorry, man. I understand. I know when I had my ass beat.
well, why would you call
I had
him?
it beat.
Why would
Then
you
I came
call?
back like a true fighter.
I love it when people say, I know you had me
I knew
beat,
what I was doing, huh?
but I wanted to call. The funniest thing, Dave, was I remember on the show, the guy with the queens that actually lost to the guy with the set of tens, Dave, said that if you had moved all in, he would have called for pot odds, which was very puzzling to me.
Yeah, pot odds. In case they actually hit my set 1 out of 5.5 times.
Right. And that's it seems like that's what the guy's saying there. He said, "I know you have me beat, but the pot's so big, I have to call with my pocket queen."
So, some people they come here to gamble and they're having a good time, and they didn't come here to lay down queens. Like I said, it's a tough hand to lay down. I can't fault the guy. I mean, I don't know if I would have laid it down. I don't know if you would have laid it down. It's not an easy lay down.
Right.
It wasn't that much more money.
For like 140 more, it is. It's not an easy lay down.
It's $140 to win 280.
Yeah.
He's getting 2-1, and if the guy only has ace king, well, then he's a huge favorite.
Yeah. Well, he's not a huge favorite, but he's getting the odds. He likes the odds.
I'm saying another ace king out already.
Right.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
I still check.
Queen 10, king jack here. One card to a straight, a 9 or an ace. But no one's got it. The turn, the river is a 9, Dave, and now there's a straight on the board.
You mean last time you did?
And is everyone going to fire at it and try to take the pot?
I love the bet here.
Well,
I'd love if somebody bet, but nobody did.
Yeah.
No, the queen rocks me.
No, it's straight.
So this is.
I wasn't even looking.
It's too little money. It's
the 500 open?
What did I get, $1?
3 player.
Lucky I got anything.
No, 3 player. I don't have to change.
So it's going to get chopped, and we've got a couple of new players coming in there. Seat number 1 is Paul, and seat number 3 is Steve. A couple of new players there. And Steve will be taking his iPod off because we do not allow electronic equipment at the table, nor do we allow people to use cell phones at the table. We like to protect the integrity of the game.
Chips and 4.
Well, Albert's limped in with a queen 7 offsuit, and we're going to see a limped pot here.
The cards go this way, the bills go lengthwise.
Queen, jack, deuce. Wow. All hearts. Seat 1's flopped the flush. And Albert on the button. He's got top pair. Oh, look at this. The guy's going to bet the flush.
Bet 15.
That's a rarity in this game.
10 o'clock.
Wow. Queen 7 mucks, Dave. He mucks.
Yeah, that's an excellent muck.
Yeah.
Where's the 500 game?
He realizes that if he's not beaten by flush already,
So you come in.
his queen has only got a 7 kicker. I mean, there's not much he can beat.
Well, then my question to you is why would you play that hand in pre-flop Queen 7 offsuit?
Not much of a reason to play, to be honest with you. Now, he's on the button, and I personally, I almost want to play any 2 cards on the button in this game. Because I think I can outplay the players afterwards. But when that flop comes out, that's not the kind of flop you're looking for with Queen 7, obviously.
I actually wanted to say hi to some people in Holland. There was a fellow named True that came up to me before the tournament today, and told them that I would say some. All those people out there in Rotterdam watching live at the back, hello.
Rotterdam.
Check.
Nothing like the taste of Heineken in Holland, dude.
4 players.
4-way action.
I take it you've been.
I have been to Holland.
Okay.
Well, C2's got top pair. He's got jack
Bet
10.
15.
Maro's going to bet 15. I don't think anybody can call here. 8-9 has actually got open-ended, so he is going to call. Well, it turns a 4.
Not a very scary card.
Bet 40.
This is where you really do not have the pot odds to call for the.
There's also that chance of the diamonds, Dave, out there too.
Without a doubt.
And a lot of times it's funny that I've seen it time and time again when someone will call that board right there with the open-ended straight draw. the river will give them a straight, but it puts a third suited card out there. It gets checked to them, and they check right behind the guy in front of them. You know, and
like you always say, you don't want to draw to something that you're scared to bet.
yeah. You said you want to be aggressive with your.
Yeah, I would have. Well, I would have liked to see seat 9. Seat 9's name is Will again. Is it Will? No, Tim. Sorry.
Tim.
I would have liked to see Tim
Just
raise
put
him
him
on a
over the
flop
glass,
there.
yeah.
Either
Like
buy
this.
himself a free card, or if Morrow was on his flush draw, he could possibly take the pot away from him.
C3's struggling there to put his cards in the window, but he's got pocket aces. Maybe it's because he's so excited. Steve there, a new player, he's got pocket aces in the big blind.
Cracked ace.
And he's going to raise it up. He's going to make it 25 to go.
45.
Oh, 45 to go.
45. That's a
Wow.
big bet. It's only going to get called by a big hand.
You think it's too much of a raise there?
Well, it depends. With everybody limping around, if you don't want any action, then it's not too much. If you want action, then no.
No good. Sit down the first down, I pick up pocket aces.
And he's got the iPod as well. I swear, you know what? The craze of the iPod.
Queens are better.
I think
Well, that's why I
half
said
the
I
craze
wanted
has
to-
got to be
They were
attributed to
there
poker
one
players.
I was thinking, like, what would be a real bet?
Really? Well, that ain't the first time that's
Well, of course,
happened.
I actually have an MP3 player that's not an iPod. The reason why I love MP3 players is that they've
Aces are
finally,
just on better hands.
discovered, something that you can run with without having it skip. You can't run with a portable CD player. I don't care
No,
how,
they're great.
Raise to 20.
Yeah, I used to have to make tapes, Dave.
Yeah.
Record tapes to run with. Now I don't have to worry about it.
I can honestly say I am a slave, an iPod slave. I don't know if I'm proud to say this or not. I've got a mini
that's the
iPod
third
that I
time
play
Queens
poker
have
with and I go
flopped.
to the gym with.
Not going to get a better hand.
I bought my wife an iPod Shuffle so she can run with it. And, the 200 song one, 120 song one, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And I've got a 60 gig one for the house.
And you can plug it into your car now these days.
Oh, it's
too.
crazy.
Yeah.
It's great. I even got like a little Bose speaker thing. I put it in there. It's like
60 gigs of music. That's
oh,
quite a bit.
I'm an Apple whore.
3 in a row. And a hook big one. It's unheard of.
Maybe we should get Apple to sponsor us.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Raise to 15.
Seat 4 there. He's gonna raise to 15. He's got King 10 of hearts.
She's gone now?
And raising out of position, you'll see most of the times I put those mini raises in, it's always in position.
7, King 10. He's flopped top 2.
Now, there are 3 diamonds out there.
So
I don't think you want to wait for a check raise in this one, not heads up.
And then, did you check?
Not yet.
No, no, he's gonna bet.
And he doesn't have now. If he had the ace of diamonds and the 6 of spades, he might draw. But
I like my heart.
I think that's one of those cases there. If you're seat 8 and it gets checked to you on the flop, I probably would most likely check right behind him.
yeah,
Then see if the diamond comes where exactly you are.
right,
you know.
exactly. And like I was saying, those mini raises, I really think they're effective, but I like to do them in position because you don't necessarily need to hit your flop. Like in that case, obviously seat 4, Eric really hit his flop. He has the top 2 pair. You don't need to hit your flop if you're in position, and you can take it away from the guy.
Raise to 15.
Well, Gary in seat 7 has made it 15 under the gun with ace 10 offsuit.
Two players.
He's going to get cold called by pocket 9s to his immediate left. Wow, top 2 again.
Wow.
And it goes check, check, Dave.
Well,
whoa, full house on the turn. And now he's going to put a little bit of money in
see,
there.
if he's going to check on the flop, I would have liked to see him check one more time even.
Now he's going to get called.
I'm willing to say it won't.
It's no surprise since the 9 does not. There's no 9 of diamonds in his hand.
And now he's going to bet.
I'm really surprised the 9's called him on the turn there.
Well, would he not? He raised. Would he not bet an ace if he had it? And then now he's going to bet again on the turn.
Well,
I could easily put that guy in pocket 8s, pocket 7s, but he also could have jacks, queens
or
though
kings,
too. Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I mean, he played it like he was scared of the ace, right?
Yeah.
Well, if he's scared of the ace, what kind of cards can he have?
Yeah.
Easily jacks, queens, or kings.
No, I agree with you.
So, I mean, that means the only thing you can beat are 7s and 8s. Now, this guy doesn't bluff.
Yeah.
The only thing we've seen him do now is he bets his marginal hands. You know, it's like when he hits top pair. And he kind of slow plays a little bit when he flops a monster, like top 2 there. Then he bet it when he got the full house. And it's interesting here, Jive talks about picking up tells, and that is the game. Picking up tells and watching and observing how they bet, what they bet. Not necessarily what their face is as much, like we were talking about facts for a while. Not necessarily that as much as just their betting patterns.
Well, see, Thor's come in with a weak ace here for a raise. Seat 7's called in the big line with Jack Queen offsuit, and he's flopped top pair right away. This guy's bet top pair every single time. Well, he checks it this time.
He's mixing up his play a little bit.
C5 checks right behind him, or C4 checks right behind him. Now the Jack Queen bets. Blank on the turn, just diamonds.
And C4's picked up a wheel draw.
I wonder if you think he might make a move here or something, Dave.
Well, he needs a 3 or an ace if he's going to call.
Yeah, he's going to muck.
Thank you.
There's Albert.
Close-up of Albert there.
Yeah.
Look at me, look at me. Hey, is this camera on or what?
Small blanks.
No, pocket kings there under the gun. Seat number 9. That's Tim.
Raise to 30.
He's going to make it $30. Looks like Steve there in seat 3. He's going to call with ace jack of clubs.
Oh.
He's got position on him.
It's a good hand. I would call with that hand, too.
Yeah, it's not a terrible call. Oh, wow.
Oh, seat 6 on the button. He's got pocket queens, Dave.
Oh, we're going to get some fireworks in this one, aren't
Well,
we?
now the question, if this guy goes all in, do you call again with the queens? Whoa, look at those hands.
Enough money in here, you got to move if you got kings here.
Yeah, you don't want an ace sticking around, right?
Yeah, you certainly don't want that ace jack in there.
Raise to 35, call, make it 100 total. You got to put somebody on an ace, right?
Yeah, you just don't want that third guy in there.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I don't mind it if, honestly, if the third guy hadn't called, I might smooth call the kings here and slow play him and try to trap the guy with the queens.
Yeah.
But with that straggler in the middle, you got to put him on ace queen or ace jack or ace king, and you don't want him in there.
Well, Dave, he's done exactly what you said you wouldn't do.
Well, that might be too much to call anyway, though. Let's see if the ace jack gets away. I mean, he's got to know he's dominated. You know.
Tim, I have a bad green card.
He's got to know that he's either up against, kings, ace king, something like that. He does have clubs.
Wow, he's going to call, Dave, and this is the type of mistakes you see if we see an ace on the flop. That makes a.
And it's hard for the ace jack as well.
Oh,
see,
wow.
that's the kind of flop you don't want if you got ace jack clubs.
Whoa. And the kings have checked. The ace jack checks, too. Now it's up to queens on the button.
And queens is going to... Let's see what he does here. 2 spades out there. I'm surprised we got nobody's got a spade in this hand. I can't believe they're all letting it go.
It's not like queens or kings are not vulnerable to an overcard, Dave.
Exactly.
55.
He's going to bet
55
into a $300 pot, Dave.
Yeah, that's a real small bet. And I'm assuming he's going to at least call. He might raise, and I'm talking raise like 200.
Well, $350 pot, 50 to call.
That's what ace jack does here.
Well, this is kings. Action's on kings here.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
This is one of the reasons you don't want to call with ace jack. Let's see if he can get away from it at the next one, too.
What's kings going to do here?
Yeah.
That looks like a raise. And ace jack just moves quickly all in, Dave.
Yeah.
You have to
I raised 11.
Yeah, but you have to put 110 first.
Oh, he check raised the
Okay.
minimum. Excuse me.
Yes.
King's check raised the minimum. Ace Jack has gone all in, and now you're sitting there if you're
Well,
clicking.
Kings, you know what Kings did here, and I can't fault him. He's slow playing his Kings. He's now trapped instead of one player, he's trapped two players. Now, obviously, he's vulnerable to more cards now.
$500 pot now, and it's only 55 back to queens.
Yeah, well, and this is one of those games where you look at it go.
I'm going to call him.
So he's getting 10 to 1 on his odds for just that one call with your
Yeah.
queens. Which isn't enough if you put somebody on an overpair, but
And this is one of those things with the Kings, you're looking at it going, well, he's trapped two players, but he's now vulnerable. Basically, an ace, a king, an ace, a queen, or a jack come out there, and he's in trouble.
yep. Oh, he's just going to smooth call. The queen's is going to smooth call.
56.
Should I call the extra dollar? No.
Well,
Yeah, I fold.
Now if an ace comes, it's an
Buck
action
kills me,
killer
yeah,
for
what do
both
you
players,
think?
the kings and the queens. And I
Yeah.
think maybe the queen still thinks he's trapping the guy up front, Dave.
Maybe.
Turn is
that's
a
not a-
6 of clubs. I still think the queen thinks he's trapping.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, king's
I'll let you
checks,
bet.
Dave. King's
Just
checks.
letting him know how much I got. I didn't say anything yet.
Oh, he didn't say anything yet, actually.
All I said was I was going to
142
check and
we
let
got.
you bet if you want.
No, Kings has checked from up front.
Wow. I can't believe he's giving away a free card here.
I'm going to bet. I'll bet 50.
50? What is 50?
And he's just going to check call again, Dave. Maybe he's afraid he's got aces or something.
Hey, there's no way he plays aces that way.
Rivers a 3 of clubs. See if he check calls
Go
again.
ahead. I'll just call.
And it gets checked down. He
I got
doesn't
kings.
get a bet at the
I'm
end.
saying I knew his hand.
I got kings.
Well, that's one of those funniest things. The guy with ace jack said I knew his hand.
It's hard for me to. I put you on a
I-
when you didn't bet.
I'm putting him on aces.
Well, that's Dave. That's what he was afraid of aces.
You understand? I'm
He
in the middle.
played it
I
as if
got
he
the
was
middle.
afraid of
All
aces.
in?
Definitely.
Yeah. He played it
I
as
just
if he
let
was
him
afraid of
win.
aces.
You know what, though? I mean, to me, though, betting patterns, if you've got aces and the pot's $400,
When you call
Oh,
the
my
turn, I know
goodness.
what you
you're
Yeah.
not betting 50.
Yeah.
You're moving in. You know what I mean?
No respect.
Check call, check on the end. That's the order of action. Wow.
Yeah. And I can't fault the queens there. You know, he put out a $50 bet. Okay, see where I'm at. He kind of like made the kings kind of scared a little bit, I guess.
Well, theoretically, 4.
The danger with calling a big raise with ace jack is just that. You get yourself trapped.
But because I was suited, I played.
Well, I think the ace jack tried to pull one of those moves where I'm going to be all in anyways. Why bet all in if I think I have the best hand to scare other people out? Might as well check to the original re-raiser and then just,
Oh, yeah,
you know.
he knows he's going to get called anyway.
Yeah.
Might as well do it. I got it.
I had 0 options.
And basically, the only hands you could beat is if both players had ace king.
What are you going to do?
Raise to 25.
Picks up about a $600-700 pot there in
Oh, that was a
C9.
nice. He's got a nice run after he caught his queen.
Spin.
Caught that queen against the aces.
I ended at 110. Then he pushed all in. I don't want to lose any more money. I'm putting him on pocket aces and him on 2 pairs. But if he's got aces, I'm dead. It's not like I had the nuts.
And he's actually to put that guy on 2 pair, Dave, with that board. I love it when somebody puts somebody on 2 pair, because sometimes, more often than not, in an uncoordinated board, it's...
Yeah.
No kidding. When you
I mean, the one thing you could put him on is a set of jacks, but in that
Yeah.
case, if I put the other guy on a set of jacks,
And this guy on aces.
well, I certainly want to get the most money I can out of the other guy, so at least I can break even.
Yeah.
I've actually done that a couple times where the guy who's all in, I know I lost to him already, but I kind of try to extract from the other guy so I can break even at least. Honey.
Raise to 20.
Well, Albert, he's going to raise to 20. He's got ace-8 suited
And all the clubs come at the end.
out of seat 6, and he's going to take it down.
Takes it down. And that was an interesting hand there.
Dave, we got about 2 more hands left tonight.
2 more hands in the week, huh?
Yeah, of course.
Next
We
Wednesday.
we stream live webcast every Wednesday through Saturday from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock Pacific time. And if tradition holds true, we're probably going to do our 30-60 limit game on Wednesday night. And last week the action was intense. I have to tell you, Dave, I'd be surprised if people aren't lined up the door to get into this game next week.
Is that $105?
No, that's a big
Just out of curiosity, 6 to 10 Pacific Standard Time, what time would that be in Holland?
Let's see here. Well, I know that Holland is 6 hours ahead of the East Coast, so
9 hours.
9 hours ahead, yeah.
So, what, 3 in the morning till 7 in the morning? Huh.
Five-way
We got some
action
loyal fans out there, huh?
Yeah. Ace, queen, queen. What was looped around here?
Yeah, I would have liked a little feeler bet there if I got the ace-9 in seat 3. I want to see where I'm at.
I was going to check it again from up front. Yeah, I guess everyone's so scared that someone's sandbagging the queen.
Yeah.
20.
And now the button's going to bet. And
Well,
we
he
get a
does
check
have-
call from the ace.
Yeah, he's got a straight draw.
2 players.
Check call from the ace there. 8 comes on the river.
You're going to have to bet more than that to bluff him out, I think.
No. You got it.
I like the check on the river there by the ace, Dave, right?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
It's nice. And the guy bluffed that at once. If he's got it, he's got it.
Yeah.
Then you got to realize that there are certain times where you've got to try to figure out, okay, what can I bet if this guy has an ace? If he has a queen, there's no way he's going to fold it. But if he's got an ace, how much can I bet to get him to fold it? You got to try to figure that out. And $20 certainly wasn't going to do it.
So I think that this is going to be the last hand of the night. Thanks for joining me tonight, Dave.
Oh, my pleasure.
Where'd that guy go with the
I was enjoying the game, but I can always get back out there. One thing great about this casino, it's open 24 hours a day,
Absolutely.
7 days a week.
And it's not like it's just this 200 that's like this. You
No,
know?
it's not.
4-way action here. It's limped around. 3 queen.
All
10.
spades.
You know my motto here, Dave, on a three suited board, especially with a high card out there.
$8.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. Seat 6 is
Well, he's
going to
got a
fire
10.
out. He's got a 10. He's going to fire out, and he's going to take it down, I'm sure. Seat 3 is thinking about it. He's got a gut shot straight draw.
And a straight draw.
And that is going to do it for us tonight. Again, please join us every Wednesday through Saturday from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock Pacific time for Live at the Bike. For Bart Hanson and David Tuckman, good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.